Guess who?
Good morning, Vietnam!
Hello and welcome in. It is Saturday. It's the first. I know, weird. But yeah, hi. Couple things. Starting with Icarus, because yesterday I wanted to do a couple more things and I didn't get to. So we're starting there. Maybe we'll start with the that thing. Maybe. We'll see. Secondly, we are gonna move over to probably Valorant later on. Opti's not in at the moment. He's not said anything. Snow hasn't said anything. I don't know who's gonna be on, who's not gonna be on. So that's good to start. Thirdly, I don't know if Snow's gonna be on. I just said. I know Opti and Absi. Opti for sure is gonna be on. I'm not too sure about Absi. We've not said anything just yet. So I'm not 100% sure. But supposing here, we're all going to be on at some point. I know Snow's not going to be on more than likely. The reason for that is she's going to be on her laptop. So, but for now, let's go ahead and start it. Yay. I forgot to charge my headset today and I just remembered. It should still have enough juice. It should. We can actually go ahead and let's stop the music here. Please and thinking. Since we're gonna be waiting a little bit, we can definitely go back to listening to the Megas archives. Do you guys remember where we left off? I forgot. Well, let's go ahead and start from number 1 again. No. Give me a sec. Let's see. It left off on. I know we were like past 26. Let's see. Skin tight. Were we on skin tight? Probably on skin tight. A sturdy lock. Did we ever go through? Yeah, we did that one. That means we went over skin tight. We went after Hive. I remember Hive. Bot swine skull. I think we passed the first hunt. We passed the first hunt. Yeah, we passed Hive. Okay, which is also good. We'll do, but should we listen to Hive again? We'll listen to Hive one more time. Just because I care about you guys.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Oh, good, it did hold it. Sweet. Nice. All I need to change is these down here.
Episode 32. Hive.
Do we have enough? We should have enough. I'm gonna go fix the guns real quick first. Steel? I don't have steel?
Statement of Jane Prentice regarding a wasp's nest in her attic. Original statement given February 23rd.
We did this one already. Hive. I accidentally went to Hive, not Botswain's Call. My bad. Yeah, that was my bad. Skip ahead a little bit here. There we go. Boatswain, my bad.
Look, Tim, I'd love to discuss this further, but as you can see, I have a recording.
Oh, come on. Look, it's not a big deal. We just need to do a few of them again.
Out of the question.
It's just confusing if not. Like the garbage man statement.
Mr. Woodward.
Yeah, so you said that Alan Parfit was reported missing in August 2009, which had actually be 6 months after the statement had been given.
Obviously, it should have been 2008. I misspoke an 8 as a 9. What does it matter?
Well, someone noticed.
Who?
Josh Cole. Great guy. He's one of the students using our resources for a dissertation. Oh, and here, in Miss Montauk's statement about her father's killings, you refer to case 9220611 as case 110692. Oh, and don't get me started on the other case numbers around the hilltop hauntings. They're a mess.
Alleged hauntings. And who honestly cares if I misspoke case 9220611 as 110692? Another student?
Well, actually, yes. Samantha Emery. She's lovely. She's actually doing a PhD in manifestation.
I don't care. It's not enough that Gertrude left us with such a pointlessly awkward filing system. Half the time she doesn't even stay consistent in her own records.
To be honest with you, I don't really understand the system.
Last 3 digits of the year, then the day, then the month. I don't know why she did it like that, but I can't change it now.
Oh, okay. All right, so what happens if more than one statement is given on the same day?
It's an A or a B or a letter, right?
Don't know. It never came up. Was there anything else?
Oh, yeah, just one.
Good lord.
So in case 816-3103, it isn't clear if Albrecht's wife is called Clara or Carla, because you keep switching back and forth.
Well, I'm sorry if I found it hard to read a 200-year-old letter written in cursive by a native German speaker. Who complained about that one?
Oh, it's not a complaint. I just noticed, actually. Look, okay, I know you've been under a lot of pressure. It's not a big deal. I just think it might be worth re-recording these statements.
No. I don't have time. I still have a mountain of haphazard statements to get through, not to mention that I need to keep this wretched tape recorder on hand, just in case I encounter one of the files too stubborn to work on anything else, and when I do, I have to actually read the damn thing, which is fine. It's fine. I just haven't been sleeping much these last few months. What with all this worm business. Which reminds me, if you do see Elias, tell him thanks for the extra extinguishers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. It's getting bad. I mean, Martin keeps showing me his tongue, asking if it looks infested. So what do you want me to do about these errors?
I really don't care. Put a post-it on the tapes or something. I'm not re-recording. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, yeah, sure, yep, I'll let you get back to it.
Right. Oh. Still running. Okay. Statement of Carlita Sloan regarding her work on a container ship traveling to Southampton from Porto de Tarqui. Original statement given January 2nd,
As long as I deal with the beehive, probably.
Recording by Jonathan Sims,
Should be alright.
head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I've been working the shipping routes for years now, so I know there's plenty of messed up things that can happen out there. You remember the old saying, worse things happen at sea? Well, let me tell you, it's just as true now as it ever was. But I've never seen weird like I saw when serving on the Tundra. I didn't even want the job, really, but I didn't have a lot of choice. We'd just hit Porto de Itaqui in Brazil in late November of last year when the ship I was on got stopped because of cargo irregularities. I don't know what it was. Might have been drugs, human trafficking. Might have just been a crooked harbour master looking for a kickback, but it didn't really matter. Point was, I had to jump ship.
Volume up a little bit.
This
I don't like when that happens.
wasn't an easy thing, though. A sailors' union should be
Oh, come
recognised
on.
anywhere in the world, but when it came down to it, my membership of Nautilus, a UK union, meant nothing when I was trying to get a place on a cargo run coming out of Brazil. Didn't help that I'm a woman. A lot of people don't think shipping is a job for women. Hell, a lot of people who work on ships don't think it is. You don't see a lot of us in the trade, and every ounce of respect I got, some dick-waving asshole probably bled for. But that's fine. I can hold my own, and it hasn't been such a problem since I shaved my head. It was enough to keep me on land for a good few days, though, as I tried to find another ship to take me on. Well, that and my bad Spanish. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how relieved I was when I heard that a British ship had made port, the Tundra. Now, at that point, I was starting to get a bit desperate, so I was keen to go to the captain and just about beg passage. Screw my qualifications. If he needed, I'd sign on as a workaway. I could find a better position once I was somewhere I spoke the language properly. I eventually found the captain in a small bar in one of the seedier areas of the dockside. I'd been told his name was Peter Lucas, but to be honest, I wouldn't have needed his name. He was the only white guy in the place. Even by those standards, he was very pale. Weirdly so for someone who apparently lived their life on the sea. He sat there at a small table completely alone, drinking a cup of black coffee. He was staring into the distance and didn't seem to notice anything going on around him. I sat down opposite and coughed. His eyes only moved a fraction of an inch to focus on me, but it felt as though the movement had the weight of a heavy stone door. Like a tomb. Don't know why that's what popped into my head, but there you go. I asked if he was Peter Lucas, and he said yes. I'd gone blank on what to say next, and it was then that I noticed the silence. I looked around to see that the place was now completely empty. Even the bartender was nowhere to be seen, and the only sound was the whir of the ceiling fans above us.
Good enough.
The
I've
captain
been
was
meaning to
still
expand it
staring
up
at me,
into
so
here.
I swallowed my
So,
unease and began to
all good to
explain
me.
my situation to him. I left out the part about the criminal possibilities of my last ship, but was clear that I was in desperate need of a new post. When I had finished, he was quiet for a few minutes. Then he nodded. We have one space. Report tomorrow. At dawn. That was all he said, and it was all I needed. The Tundra wasn't difficult to find when I headed to the docks the next day. It was big, already stacked high with an array of colourful shipping containers. I wondered if they'd loaded it up overnight, as there didn't seem to be much activity from the crane. It was early, and I was glad I was leaving Brazil before the wet season really got going, as the sky was threatening to break. Making my way through the dock, I asked around until I was finally pointed to the mate. He was a short man, heavy-set with a thick black beard. His warm brown skin was stained darker by a life working in the sun, and he didn't smile when he looked at me. Around his neck, I saw a chain ending in a small brass ball and stem. It looked like an old bosun's call, an antique sailor's whistle. I introduced myself, told him what I'd told the captain, and gave my qualifications and experience. The bearded mate listened quietly until I finished. Then he shrugged and said they were in need of an ordinary seaman, and I was welcome to the position if I wanted it. OS was a bit of a step down for me, as I'd been pulling able seaman pay for these last few years, but it was a ticket out of Porto de Itaqui, so I jumped at the chance. The mate still didn't smile, but he did offer his hand, and introduced himself in a gentle Dutch accent as Thaddeus Dahl, first mate of the Tundra. I was surprised, as it seemed a bit abrupt to be leaving, and I hadn't even had time to stow away the duffel bag that was my only luggage. Still, I wasn't about to disobey the first order I'd been given on a new ship. The tundra was pretty normal. I've served on a half-dozen ships almost identical to it, and I fell into my duties quickly. We set off almost as soon as I was on board, and it was only later I discovered we were heading across the Atlantic towards Southampton. I was very happy to find that out, as I had assumed we'd be making plenty more stops before crossing back to England. With any luck, it wouldn't be more than a couple of weeks before I was home, and those would be spent in maintenance, repainting, and taking watches with Iron Mike, the autopilot, so that was fine. But I did start to notice a few things on board which didn't really seem to add up. The first was the crew. They were quiet. Very quiet. I mean, I've been on ships where I was pretty much the only native English speaker, and plenty of people prefer to keep to themselves. Hell, not being too comfortable around people is a damn fine reason to go to sea. This was different, though. It wasn't just that they didn't talk much. They seemed uncomfortable with me. They'd avoid eye contact and only barely acknowledge me if we were on shift together. At first, I thought it was because I was a woman, but then I saw that it wasn't just me. They avoided each other just as much as they did me. Meals were always quiet, no matter how many people were eating, and there was no friendly game of cards or chat in the living quarters. There was no real conversation in any language. It was like they were doing everything in their power not to think about each other. It took me less than a day of ignored hellos and grunted answers before I fell into line, becoming just as quiet as my crewmates. The only person who spoke was Thaddeus Dahl. The mate would walk among the crew, giving instructions and orders in a dozen different languages as the crew scrambled to carry out his commands. He was just as composed as he had been when I met him, and it soon became clear that if he had emotions, he kept a tight wrap on them. He would stride along the ship, his antique whistle swinging from his neck. He never actually blew the bosun's call, apparently preferring to summon the crew via the intercom or horn. It just hung there, its polished brass heavy around his neck. I didn't see Captain Lucas at all that first week. I only knew he was on board because every mealtime the cooks would hand a tray of food to the mate, who'd take it up to the captain's cabin. We never saw the man himself, though. There was one crew member who did catch my eye. He was a young guy, white, and, from what I could tell, Scottish. I never really got more than his name out of him. Sean Kelly. He had the bunk opposite me, and we were on different shifts, so I would often see him lying there when I returned from my night watch. He didn't talk any more than the others, but he also didn't go around with that blank look on his face. He looked scared. There were other odd things about the ship, but hands down the weirdest thing I didn't notice until a few days out into the Atlantic. Now, one of my duties was to check the deck containers were securely in place. None of the twist locks or lashing rods had broken or come loose. It was usually just busy work. I'd never been on a ship that lost a container, though it does happen. This shift, though, I noticed something wrong. I saw that one of the lashing rods towards the stern had broken, and not at one of the ends, or the twist lock itself, but right in the middle of what should have been solid metal. From a distance it looked fine, new paint shining in the sun, but looking closer I saw that it had rusted all the way through. Not just that, but checking out where the rod connected to the container, it became clear that they had rusted together. Fresh paint covered up most of it, but once I knew what I was looking for, I saw it everywhere. The shipping containers, all of them, were rusted in place. How could this have happened, though, if they were being changed over at port? How long had the Tundra been sailing with the same cargo? I decided I had to look inside. Stupid, maybe. If it was something illegal, they might toss me overboard first and ask questions never, but only if I got caught.
Oh,
and
shit.
I was just
I
about
forgot about
sick
that.
of nasty surprises. I did it on my next late shift. I kept an eye on the rest of the crew and waited for my moment. I'd already marked out a ground-level container where the panel had
it's not gonna
practically
work.
rusted off. It wouldn't be difficult to get it open. It was about 3 a.m. when I had my chance. I was alone on deck, and the wind was howling, loud enough to muffle the groan of the container's rusted hinges. It took 3 kicks from my steel toe caps to get it open, but finally I was able to get the door ajar. It was so stiff it took almost all my strength to get enough of a gap to walk through, but finally I could see inside. It was completely empty. There was no sign of cargo or any markings or debris on the floor that might have shown that there had ever been anything inside. I couldn't believe it. A transport ship with nothing to transport. It didn't make any sense. I managed to bust 2 other containers open, but they were the same. As far as I could tell, every container on the ship was empty. I was still trying to figure out what this could mean when I saw a couple of torches approaching. I almost panicked and ran, but
yeah, they're all
where exactly was I going to escape to? The empty, uncaring ocean stretched out for hundreds of miles in every direction. So instead I swallowed my fear.
That's fine.
Pushed the door carefully closed, trying my best to hide the broken lock before making my way onto the deck. I was met by the mate and a half-dozen other crewmen behind him. He looked at me for a second, then nodded and told me to follow. Then he continued walking. Confused, I headed after them as they made their way around the ship, silently collecting up or waking all the rest of the crew. I started to ask what was going on, but the glares I got shut me right up. Finally, when we had what looked like the whole crew together, we walked over to the lifeboat.
Ooh.
Now, we definitely weren't sinking, so I hadn't really paid much attention to the lifeboat before, but now that I looked at it, I realized it wasn't what I'd have expected.
What?
Most modern container ships have a lifeboat that looks more like a lumpy orange blob than a boat. They're designed to be quickly and safely dropped into the water and tough out whatever conditions the sea might throw at them.
Yeah, that'll be okay.
This was an old-fashioned boat,
If
with oars
not...
and a winch mechanism for lowering it into the water. It didn't even look like it had any supplies in it.
No, I can't leave it there.
Standing there in front of it was Captain Lucas, as silent as the rest of his crew. The captain nodded, and one by one the crew of the Tundra got on board the lifeboat.
Yeah.
I got on too. I mean, what else was I supposed to do? I didn't know what was going on and no one seemed to want to tell me, but I sure as hell wasn't getting left alone on that big empty ship. So I got in and sat down, as a couple of the crew began to lower the lifeboat into the sea. A few others took up the oars, and as soon as we hit the water, they began to row quietly away from the Tundra, which floated, motionless. The sky was clear, and the wind had died down, so the stars reflected perfectly on the still ocean surface. All the lights on the ship had been turned off, so the world and all the empty horizon was only lit by the moon. As we rowed, I looked around my companions on the lifeboat. Everyone I recognized was there, except for one. I checked each face in turn, but I could see no sign of Sean Kelly, my scared bunkmate. Had we left him behind? Was he still back on the ship, sleeping away, ignorant of the fact that he was now utterly and completely alone? Almost as though he knew I was about to speak, Thaddeus gave me a warning glare.
I see.
The mate reached down and took the old brass whistle from his neck. He pressed it to his lips. It blew. I have never heard a whistle sound like that.
Shit.
It was shrill, so high and piercing that I felt my hair stand on end, but it also seemed distant, like I was hearing it from far, far away. I don't know how long he blew that bosun's call for, but by the end, I realized we were surrounded by a thick sea smoke. We should have been too far south for it, but it rolled and billowed around the lifeboat, obscuring the Tundra. No one said a word, but I could have sworn a few of my shipmates were crying. I don't know how long we floated there, sat in the dark water, but eventually the fog cleared, and the mate sounded the bosun's call again, this time a short, sharp whistle. We saw the tundra, dark and still upon the water, and began to row back towards it. The lifeboat was painstakingly raised, and the rest of the crew returned to their positions. Sean Kelly was nowhere to be seen, and I never saw him again. After that night, the atmosphere on board changed. People talked, and you'd occasionally hear actual laughter. Games were played, people drank, and there was this sense of relief to it all. I tried to join in, but got dark looks any time I asked about Sean. At one point, the third mate, a man named Kim Duong, told me that I should shut up and be grateful, as it hadn't been an easy choice. I kept to myself the rest of the way and left the ship as soon as we landed in Southampton. I didn't even think about my pay until it came through a couple of days later. £25,000 for barely 2 weeks' work.
Ow, bitch.
I don't mind telling you, it was almost enough to tempt me back. Almost. Statement ends. An interesting statement, though difficult to investigate any potentially paranormal activity, as there does not appear to have been anything explicitly supernatural occurring in this statement. A lot of strange happenings and implicit weirdness, but nothing that can be isolated as a supernatural event. There's also the fact that even a casual search of Port Authority records shows the Tundra is a currently active cargo ship operated by Solace Shipping PLC, a company founded
That's
and
what I was scared of,
majority
or
owned
worried about.
by Nathaniel Lucas. In addition to such business ventures, the Lucas family also provides funding to several academic and research organizations, including the Magnus Institute. Much as I want to dig further into this, especially given certain parallels with case 0161301, Elias gets very twitchy when we look into anything that might conceivably have funding repercussions. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do any further investigations into this, even though the official crew manifest for the Tundra has remained the same for the last 10 years, even though I can't find any record of actual cargo being loaded or unloaded into it from any UK port, even though Sean Kelly
How did I miss
disappeared
that
from
one?
the port of Felixstowe in October 2010, and his body washed up on the coast of Morocco in April 2011, 6 months later. According to the coroner, he had only been in the water for 5 days. Maybe I'll mention it to Elias, just in case. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial
fuck, it's up top.
Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening. Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, bear cups, okay.
Episode 34. Anatomy Class.
Oh, this one's weird. Nice. And I was able to fix it on the go.
Apologies for the somewhat archaic.
No need to worry. I understand. Some things you just can't trust to computers. It's like I always say about those robotic surgery machines. It's just not the same. If I'm going to be operating on a man's pancreas, I want to feel that pancreas. Fiddling with a joystick just won't cut it, as it were.
I didn't think you still performed surgery.
I keep up with the developments. And I remember the feel of a pancreas.
Well,
And I remember the feel of the
now,
pancreas.
if you'd be so good as to...
You know you have an infestation, don't you?
Excuse me? I'm not sure that...
Yes, little grey maggot things. I saw a few on the way in. Don't recognize the species, but I'd say you need to get the exterminators in here. Gas the little blighters.
You saw them. You weren't bitten, were you?
Bitten. They're worms. Still, I'll admit I don't like the look of them. I reckon the sooner you get someone in to kill them dead, the better.
We've tried, believe me. Now, shall we?
Oh, certainly. Where do you want me to start? Bones? Blood? The fruit?
Right from the beginning. 1 second. Statement of Dr. Lionel Elliot regarding a series of events that took place during his class
Introduction to Human Anatomy and Physiology.
at King's College, London, in early 2016. Statement recorded
there we
direct from
are.
subject, 12th July 2016. Statement begins.
Now?
Yes, just start from the beginning.
Right. Well, I shouldn't even have been teaching the class, really. As far as I knew, I wasn't going to be needed for any teaching on the biomedical engineering course this year. I can't say I was particularly upset. The human anatomy module is where a lot of the engineers discover just how messy the human body is. And while the human heart is a phenomenal piece of machinery in terms of design and function, most of the students would be more comfortable holding a transistor. Not to put too fine a point on it, I get
I'll just
tired
try
of
that one.
squeamish students.
There we go.
And was glad that I could avoid it this year. You can perhaps imagine then that I was not best pleased when Elena Bauer, the admissions officer, emailed me last November to say that there had been a mistake and I was needed to take a spillover class. Apparently the system had accepted more students for the course than there were places, and they were trying to organize an additional class for the 7 who were unassigned.
I got a little bit more,
It did
so
make
that's
a lot
really
of
good.
sense to me.
We're going to
Anatomy
make some
class
more of the
wasn't until the
headshots,
second term,
set them
so
out
surely
again,
this mistake
and
should
we'll do it all over
emerged
again.
earlier.
We need
But
more,
Elena kept saying she didn't
bullets as
know.
well,
She
which
just had
is
7
kind of annoying,
students who
but alright.
needed tutorials. I won't pretend I took the news gracefully. I have a lot of research due shortly, and, well, you know academia. Never enough hours in the day. Still, I was the only staff member both qualified to teach the class and technically free when it had to be scheduled. So I agreed, although that really makes it sound like I had more of a choice than I actually did. I didn't meet the students until the module started this January. I wasn't responsible for any of the lectures, so the first time I saw them was in our initial class tutorial. They all sat there, all 7, staring at me, and I felt oddly uncomfortable. There was nothing wrong with them, of course. Nothing strange to see or to look at. Just, well, this is going to sound stupid to say out loud, but I don't remember what they looked like. Any of them. I remember that each wore blue jeans and a white shirt. Though they were all different makes and styles, I think one of the girls had a skirt instead. I must have noticed that they were wearing the same outfits, but it didn't strike me as odd. They all just looked so normal, unremarkable. I remember their names, though, from the register. They stuck with me, maybe because they were such an international group. There was Erika Musterman, Jan Novak, Pyotr and Pavel Petrov, who I think were brothers, maybe twins. John Doe, Falana Al-Falani, and Juan Perez. I greeted them when I entered the room and was met with silence. Not a malicious or angry silence, just silence. I've never been self-conscious when teaching, but walking to my seat with those 14 eyes just watching me, it made me ever so slightly uncomfortable. I got the oddest feeling that they were judging my walk. The class began, and We started going over some of the basics of anatomy and how the body works. They started to talk then, and some of my unease left me. I don't remember exactly what was said. After doing it long enough, most tutorials just kind of blur together a bit. But I recall being struck by just how basic some of their questions were. The composition of blood, where in the body the various organs sat. The sort of thing that anyone who's done a science GCSE should know. I was almost tempted to ask where they went to school. At the time, I didn't question the fact that they must have all gone to the same school. Aside from that, it was mostly normal, except about halfway through the tutorial,
Should still be
we
able to catch
discussed the
some of the
lungs and
bones before
respiration,
they decay.
inhalation, alveoli, etc. As I said, basic stuff.
Hopefully.
But I paused afterwards just to have a think about where to go next, and I heard the sound of them breathing. That's not abnormal, I know, but it seemed to fill the silence so suddenly and all at once. I could have sworn that I didn't actually hear it before that moment. Like they'd only just then started breathing. which is absurd, obviously. I was probably just listening out for it because we'd been discussing the lungs. Even so, it was disconcerting, and I don't mind telling you that I breathed quite a sigh of relief myself when the tutorial was over and I could get out of there. Now, I consider myself a conscientious worker, and in all my years at King's, I can count on one hand the number of times I've called in sick. But when the time came for the next tutorial with this class, I had to stay home with a migraine. It wasn't a lie, exactly. The thought of sitting there for another 2 hours with those staring, placid eyes gave me such a spell of anxiety that my brain felt like it was being stabbed with a shard of ice. I did have to teach them eventually, of course. I couldn't avoid it forever. Re-entering that room,
Ooh,
though,
yeah, this one's too late.
all of them were sat in the exact same position, in the exact same clothes. Their breathing deliberate and almost pointed. When Erica Musterman, said good morning, the others followed suit, one by one, and I had to fight the urge to run. It struck me then that, despite how diverse their names were, none of them seemed to have any noticeable accent. Not that it did anything to reassure me. There was no one else who could take the tutorials. Believe me, I did everything I could to try and find a replacement. Still, once I got used to their stares, their silence, and the fact that their questions were both specific and oddly basic, one of the Petrovs once asked me how sharp are the knees meant to be. Well, it was just about tolerable. I'm a bit ashamed to admit it, but I came to terms with the fact that I didn't care if they passed any exams. And that actually made the whole affair more manageable. I just did my best to stop caring. And then came our first of 2 sessions in the dissection room. We were looking at the skeleton. I had been dreading this. Given exactly how creepy and unsettling the students were just sat in a classroom, the idea of what they could do when given access to human remains made me feel quite nauseous. But I couldn't bring myself to leave them there alone, so I went. It was even worse than I'd feared. Seeing them stood there over the bits of cadaver, their faces, normally so neutral, were alive with... What was it I saw?
Yeah,
Excitement?
I could say that.
Curiosity? Hunger? Whatever it was, it didn't reach their eyes. Still staring and blank. I went through the procedures with them and tried my best to keep the trembling out of my voice. When Falan reached for a scalpel and started cutting into our samples, I felt faint. I was trying to keep an eye on everyone, but the dissection tables were arranged in a semicircle around the lab, and each time I turned to face one of the students, I began to hear this cracking sound from whichever tables I wasn't looking at. Like a snapping bone or a rib cage being forced open. I turned back and see nothing untoward. Just John or Erica or Juan or whoever it was looking at me quizzically over distinctly unbroken bones. But it kept happening. Whenever I wasn't looking, I heard the crunch and the crack of bone. I couldn't ask about it. I knew the dead-eyed, mute stare they'd give me if I did, and I just couldn't face that. Finally, I managed to position myself so that I could see what was happening behind me in the reflective edge of the metal table. It wasn't much, but I could see a slightly
I'm gonna make
warped
some more.
image.
See if I can layer them at the on
It
the
was
outside part.
Pavel in this case. I saw him pick up a bone, a radius, I believe, from the forearm. He held it up next to his own arm, and then there came that snapping, crunching noise. I swear I saw his arm distend itself, the skin shifting as something inside changed and rearranged until it matched the length of bone he was holding up to it. I tried not to react, not to make a noise at this mad impossibility that I saw. I couldn't help it, though. My legs gave out. I collapsed on the floor with a whimpering cry. None of them looked at me. None of them offered to help me up. None of them gave any reaction at all. I shut my eyes tight as that cracking sound began to come from every direction, as all 7 of them began to change themselves. It went on for almost half an hour until our allotted time in the lab ended. And then they left, walking past me, still sat helpless on the floor. As they did, each of them thanked me for the lesson, though nothing had happened. And I swear that every single one of them was taller than when they started. I started taking more sick leave after that. I avoided their tutorials as often as possible, and when I did go, we largely just sat there in silence until one of them asked me a question about human anatomy, which I would reluctantly answer. I know I should have just abandoned them entirely. If they were going to complain to anyone, they would have done it already, but even then I was worried my colleagues might notice, and I really didn't want to get a reputation as some absentee tutor. It didn't help that a colleague of mine, Dr. Laura Gill, once expressed surprise on learning that I'd been absent the day before, as apparently she'd passed by my teaching room and my anatomy class had just been sat there, waiting quietly. The thought of them politely filing to every tutorial, just sat there blank and staring, whether I was there or not, just waiting. To be quite frank, I think that bothered me almost more than being sat there with them. Still, I managed largely to avoid them until the 21st of March, when they had their second lab dissection. Hearts. I'm not an idiot. I was well aware of the sort of sinister nonsense that was likely to happen if I went, but I also knew by now that they would attend
I need
whether or
more
not
ice
I was
boxes.
there. And to
I
leave
need
them
more
in
ice
the lab
boxes.
unsupervised would be the sort of thing that would actually get me fired from my position. It was a rainy morning. I remember that because I deliberately didn't put up an umbrella. Something inside me was so dreading what was going to happen that the very act of opening umbrella seemed pointless, as though my being dry couldn't stop what was coming. There was no reason not to get soaked. So I was dripping wet when I entered the lab,
Okay.
and my
let's
glasses
see.
had steamed up to the point where I could no longer see through them. When I wiped them clean, they revealed those 7 blank faces, utterly unconcerned with my sodden state. Each had somehow got the heart laid out in front of them on the dissection tray. I decided not to prolong it and waved them to start. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought they'd descended to some sort of feeding frenzy, but they didn't. They just began to dissect the hearts, as any other class would, occasionally asking me polite questions. I was so taken aback at how normal the whole situation seemed to be that it took me some time to actually answer them. I did, though, and the first hour of the class almost put me at least a little bit at ease. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Maybe they were doing weird things to their insides, but if it was the heart, then I couldn't see it and I couldn't hear it. And I'd long since decided for this class that if I couldn't see or hear it,
I don't know
care.
what fear this one is.
Then Erica Musterman held up her heart and looked at me. I began to get that sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach as she asked me, "How does the heart pump blood?" I started to explain the biological mechanisms of the heart pumping when she shook her head slowly and said, "What does it look like?" And then when I didn't answer, "Is it like this?" The heart in her hand began to spasm, not like the regular rhythmic pulse of a heartbeat, but like a balloon being rapidly squeezed at one end. Bits of it swelled and stretched and distorted, seemingly at random, and blood began to flow haphazardly from the ventricles, dripping down Erica's forearm and dribbling onto the floor. I stood there, speechless, staring at this horrible miracle, from when behind her I see Falan raise his heart, saying, "That's not what it's like." And blood starts to gush from all over his heart in tiny geysers, shooting in every direction. Soon each of them is holding a heart up, each pumping and throbbing differently, blood leaking, spurting out of them in a different way, a different nightmare. They wanted me to tell them which was right. I don't know how long I stared before I finally raised my hand and pointed at Jan Novak, who seemed to have the closest to an accurate impression of a regular human heartbeat. Then I turned and walked out of the lab. I spent the rest of the day sat in the staff room, waiting for someone to come running in, screaming about the lab being full of blood. I expected questions I couldn't answer, and immediate termination.
Okay.
But nothing happened. No one came.
Let's mark it first.
When I returned to the lab several hours later, there was no sign of any blood, except for the tiniest speck dried into a tile crack in the corner. Unless that had been there before. I don't know. My shoes were still speckled with blood, though, so I know I wasn't hallucinating it. I checked with Dr. Gill, confirmed that she could see the spots, though I neglected to tell her it was blood. I had no intention of inviting further questions. I missed the next 3 tutorials. I just stayed at home, but something wouldn't let me just simply let it go. Finally, I made a decision. I wanted to see where they lived. I felt like I needed to, for some reason. Needed to see if they existed outside of my class, outside of my mind. I asked Elena, and irregular as it was, she gave me the address. It didn't surprise me to find out they all lived in the same place. A semi-detached house on Kingsland Road in Newark. I'm afraid I don't remember the number, and the details have disappeared from the college systems. The house itself was run down, as might have been expected, and I must have spent a good 15 minutes just stood in front of it, waiting for the courage to approach. Finally, I knocked on the door. The wood was old and dry, and some flaked off under my knuckles. It opened immediately, and there stood Jan Novak. When she saw me, her mouth twisted into something I think was meant to be a smile. "Hello," she said. "Have you come to give us more lessons? We would like to learn about the liver." Her eyes locked onto my abdomen. I was about to reply when a muffled scream of pain came from somewhere deep inside the house. It sounded ragged, like whoever was crying out had been gagged. I looked to Jan Novak, who showed no indication she had heard it, still staring at where I told her my liver would be. I ran. She watched me go without moving. I did call the police, but they just told me that the house was currently unoccupied and they'd found no evidence that there had been anyone present. I took great pains never to see that class again. I avoided all tutorials and simply waited until the end of term. I haven't seen them since.
That's it?
Not quite. There was one other thing. When I went to the classroom shortly after what should have been their final tutorial, I found something on the desk. It was an apple. Next to it was a handwritten note that said, "Thank you for teaching us the insides." I burned the note, just in case.
And the apple? Did you eat it?
Do I look like an idiot? Of course not. I cut it in half first to check if it was off.
And?
Human teeth.
What the fuck?
Inside were human teeth, arranged in a smile. Here, I brought you the 2 halves to see for yourselves.
Oh, good lord, that's...
Deeply unpleasant, yes. You can keep it if you want, as a proof.
We do not want it. I'm afraid it isn't really proof. Someone could have stuck those teeth in after the apple had been cut.
You think I would do that?
I didn't say you would. I just said it was enough of a possibility that I don't think your tooth apple has a place in our artifact storage. Also, it is technically medical waste.
I would love
Fine.
to actually build
I'll
one of
dispose
these
of it
in
myself.
person, but
Now, is
I
there
don't live
anything else you want
near
from me?
any running water,
No,
unfortunately.
this should do. We'll investigate and get back to you if we find anything. Statement ends. The first thing about this statement that makes me dubious is that it comes from a fellow academic. Historic and prestigious as the Magnus Institute is, there are still many within the sphere of higher education that do not grant it the respect it deserves. And some have been known to make false statements as ill-conceived jokes. Another mark against the veracity of the statement is the names of the students. A quick internet search reveals Erika Mustermann as the official German placeholder name, similar to the English, well, the English name John Doe. The same is true of the other names. Juan Perez is the generic name of choice in most Spanish-speaking countries, Fulan al-Fulani in the Middle East, etc. It seems strange to me that Dr. Elliot would fail to take note of this. Still, Tim made contact with Elena Bauer in the King's Administration Office, and while she couldn't find any actual records of them in the system, she does remember them being there, and confirms that she assigned them to Dr. Elliot last year. She could be in on it, of course, but Tim seems to believe her. There's also the matter of the teeth. I stand by my assessment that there is no evidence they were placed there by supernatural means, but it does seem an awfully long way to go for a bad joke. In the end, we did send them off to a dental specialist, but they weren't able to tell us much beyond the fact that they all seemed like healthy adult teeth, and most of them appeared to come from different people. There's not much more we can do to follow this up, without dedicating additional time we can't afford. The only other lead was Sasha's discovery that early last year, Dr. Rashid Sadana took his own life. There's no direct connection, except that he taught the Anatomy, Physiology, and Pathology for Complementary Therapies course at St. Mary's University, and the only note found near the body simply read, "Not to be used for teaching." End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and
Give me 1 sec.
licensed under a...
Let me check this one out real quick. Give me a sec. Just kick the bot and then get another one back in.
Sorry?
There you go.
Why? Why can't...
I see what it is. Okay, I was wondering about, but that's fine. I remember why too. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. All good now. I was wondering about that. I wanted to see if the Magnus Archives would get me a little copyright strike on YouTube. It doesn't, luckily enough. It doesn't, and that just means we could continue to listen to it while we play. Just curious. Good to know. All right, let's go ahead and keep going.
a creative...
Also, this one was a weird one, wasn't it? I remember when I first listened to it. Creeps me the fuck out. I'm not even gonna joke. It really, genuinely, I'm like, what in the fuck? It was weird, man. It was fucking weird. How many more can we make? We don't have rope. Okay. That's normal. It's fine. We made 24. Alright, we can go set them out head out for bed, then head back out in the morning. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Commons attribution.
All right, next one. And we'll put the lantern to charge too.
Rusty Quill presents
We
the Magnus
also...
Archives.
Oh, I'm okay on them. We need sulfur. This one's a little bit louder than the other
Episode
one.
35. Old Passages.
There you go. Yeah, this one is a little bit louder than the last one was. Not too sure why, but there we are. I think this is the one where they bring Michael back in. If you guys are wondering, you'll hear him. He sounds weird. I think he's the one with the fractals. They call them the fractals.
Statement of Harold Silvana regarding discoveries made during the renovation of the Reform Club, Pall Mall.
Yeah, it's this.
Original statement given June 4th, 2002. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I'm a builder, sort of. I always find myself using the word craftsman or artisan, but that's mostly because of my client base. I specialize in renovation and alterations on listed buildings and those of historical or architectural significance. In simple terms, it's not much different to any other sort of construction work, except it takes about 3 times as long and costs 10 times as much. That's not to say I rip people off. You need to spend almost half the time just planning exactly how you're going to tackle any given job, while preserving or recreating the original architecture as much as possible. And then you have to be incredibly careful when you're doing the work. I'm quite serious when I say that if you're not paying attention and keeping the alterations well documented, you can get sued for millions over knocking out the wrong brick. Plus the materials aren't cheap. So yes, my services are expensive, but me and my team are worth every penny. And the sort of people I deal with, or should I say the sort of people whose personal assistants I deal with, can afford it. I don't have a company per se. People hire me for me, and I have a small team I trust to help out with the work itself. They're technically freelance contractors, but the pay's good enough, and in London at least, there's enough work that they're happy to wait on my call.
Hey.
I found
Ooh,
plenty
I need
of
to
interesting things
take
in
this one out.
job. I suppose that's not unexpected when you're digging around old buildings. We got kicked off a job once
Set it up
when we found
right here
some
later on.
bones under a very venerable country house that will remain nameless, as the owners contacted the British Museum, who couldn't take over fast enough. There have also been a few jewellery pieces that found their way to other museums, and once we found a box of 17th century erotic poems that I think are currently languishing in the storerooms of the V&A Museum, but I never found anything like what was under 100 Pall Mall. We'd been called in to do some work on the basement and ground floor of the Reform Club. It wasn't anything major, some upkeep on a few of the historic pieces, replace a few of the earlier renovations. The amount of actual work involved was minimal, but it was a Grade 1 listed building, so the amount of care we had to take stretched it into a week-long job. It didn't help that we had to schedule around the fact that it's still a very active social venue, so we could only actually come out of the basement when it wasn't full of people too important to see builders. Grade 1 listing is a significant payday, though, so I certainly wasn't going to rock the boat. It was about 2 in the morning when the kid showed up. It was just me and Rachel Turley, who does most of our marble work, though we were mostly just doing surveying at that point. Alfred Bartlett was out getting coffee, though God knows where from at that time of night. We were just kicking our heels, really, since he's the plumber and we needed his expertise. Now, Alf has been in the business for nearly 40 years, and there wasn't a thing he didn't know about water or sewage systems. But we often joke that it's pushed everything else out of his head. I think he must have forgotten to lock the door when he headed out, and that's how the kid got in. That said, this was still the first week in March.
Huh.
It was pretty cold, so
spiders.
I'm surprised we didn't notice the draft. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter.
The fact is that Rachel and I had been sat there chatting for maybe 5 minutes when we noticed we weren't alone. In the doorway, leading back to the stairwell, stood a thin figure. He looked to be in his late teens, I'd guess.
No
He was
sulfur,
dressed
that's what
all
we're
in
looking
black,
for.
with heavy-looking boots and a t-shirt with the logo of some band emblazoned on it, Megadon or Mastodon or something like that. His hair was long and greasy, almost down to his shoulders, and looked to be dyed almost the same black as his clothes. Did not look like he was supposed to be skulking around the Reform Club, but I had encountered more than one member whose rich children were going through a rebellious period, so couldn't be entirely sure. I decided to be gentle in my initial inquiries and asked him if he was lost. Told him this part of the basement was off limits due to renovations. The kid shook his head and asked if we'd found anything yet. Any of Leitner's pages. Now this took me aback a bit. I wondered how long he'd been standing there, because Rachel and I had just been talking about the man. Jürgen Leitner was a businessman from
Ooh,
Norway.
no, I like Jürgen
He used
Leitner.
to
He's
have
cool.
offices in the ground floor of the building next to the Reform Club at 100 Pall Mall. I don't
His
know what
stories
his
are really
business
good.
was, but
There's
when I was
more
first getting
bees.
started back in
I
'87,
have noticed that.
we got a call from Mr. Leitner requesting a consultation in his Pall Mall office. At that point it was just me and Rachel, and we mostly did stone restoration and alteration, so we assumed Mr. Leitner wanted our opinion on a property outside of London. Our reputation back then was not sufficient to get us access to any of these sort of central London buildings we now work on. When we first met Jürgen Leitner, he looked very much like I had imagined him. Portly, middle-aged, short blonde hair in the middle of going grey, well-tailored business suit. His office surprised me, though, as it was almost completely bare, save for a desk and 2 chairs in front of it. There were no tables or bookshelves or filing cabinets or anything like that. He asked us to sit down, and though he spoke with a very faint accent, his English was perfect. We made small talk, but he seemed impatient, eager to talk about whatever it was he wanted us to do. I asked him what the job was, and he stopped and looked at us closely. Then he said he
There was
simply
a
wanted us
copper
to dig a
vein here.
hole. An unusual request, but not an unreasonable one.
It's
so I
right
asked him
next to the
whereabouts
house,
this was
too.
going to be.
God, I missed
He
it
rose,
entirely.
walked over to the corner, and pointed at the floor. He said he needed a hole put through the floor. I thought there would have been a basement under there, and he said, no, the building's basement didn't go under these rooms. He smiled an odd little smile as he said it, which put me a bit on edge. Now, there was no way we could do a job like that without the building owner's permission, and I told Leitner this. He began to get shifty then, and tried to tell us he already had the permission. When we told him we'd need to confirm it with the commercial landlord, he got very defensive, told us that it was fine and he'd need to discuss it with some other contractors first. When we told him we'd just need to have a quick phone call with the owner, he started screaming that we didn't understand what we were talking about, that he didn't need to explain himself to the likes of us, and there were some things that were too important, too powerful to be owned. Then he just started yelling at us in Norwegian until we left. We didn't bother contacting the owners of 100 Pall Mall in the end. It was, without a doubt, the weirdest interview with a prospective client that we'd ever had, and being so close to the site of it had Rachel and I reminiscing when this teenage burnout turned up. I asked him if he'd been eavesdropping, and he shrugged, and again asked what we had found. I was just about done with this kid, and started to tell him that he was going to have to leave, when Rachel interrupted me and asked what there was to find. The kid laughed, as though he and Rachel were in on some private joke. "Can you smell it?" he said, and for a brief moment I could smell something. Damp old stone and musty paper, just a faint whiff. It took me off guard, and I think that was why I just stood there, as he walked past me and picked up the hammer. He strode over to one of the walls, and, with a swing far stronger than I would have thought possible from his age and skinny frame, he buried it into the wall. I heard a scream high-pitched, but it definitely didn't come from any of us. This was enough to break me out of my stupor, and I ran over and wrestled the hammer from the kid. He struggled and flailed, though he didn't say anything. As I tried to calm him down, Rachel called me over, and I looked at where he'd hit the wall. In the center of it was a neat hole. The other side was darkness. There shouldn't have been anything behind the wall except foundation. But it didn't look like this was a real basement wall. I let the kid go and walked over to get a closer look. Rachel started to examine it with her tools before she confirmed what I'd already guessed, that it was a fake. It looked like someone had blocked off a passage and then very carefully disguised it. It was at this point that Alf returned, and we had some considerable explaining to do. Through it all, the kid, who said his name was Jared, just sat there sullenly, listening to his CD player and waiting. When we asked him how he knew what was behind that wall, he just shrugged and told us that his mother knows all about this stuff. He didn't elaborate as to what this stuff might have been. We should have waited until morning and told the Reform Club staff what we'd found. We should have handed Jared over to the police, but Alf was always too curious for his own good, and he suggested we have a look inside. Rachel and I half-heartedly tried to argue against it, but I think deep down we wanted to know just as much as he did, so in we went. Knocking through the rest of the wall didn't take long. It had been built to look like the rest of the basement, but hadn't been constructed with the same skill. 10 minutes later, our coffees lay forgotten on the floor, and we stood before a passageway leading off into the musty darkness. A gentle breeze blew from this entrance, which didn't make any sense at all. We had plenty of torches, as you often need them during night work, so we each took one large one and a smaller backup in case the first had any problems. We tried to tell Jared to stay outside, but I could see immediately that, short of tying him up, there was no way we were going to keep him out of there. Tying him up did feel like a step too far, so we settled for keeping a close eye on him as we went inside. The passageway was cold, and the air thick with mildew, but the stone walls were in very good condition. Rachel said it looked to be from the mid-19th century, probably remains of the basement of the Carlton Club, which used to be located in what was now 100 Pall Mall. It was with a start that I realized that she was right. Based on where the corridor was going, we must have been underneath the building. Almost exactly where Jürgen Leitner had wanted us to dig almost 15 years ago. We walked for some time, longer than I would have expected, given how big I remembered the building above us being. Alf kept asking Rachel if the corridor was getting narrower, and every time she would dutifully measure the width and inform him that no, it was exactly 5 feet wide. I couldn't blame him, really. I never had any sort of claustrophobia, but I was finding it hard at points to catch my breath, to dismiss the feeling that the walls were pressing on me. Jared walked on ahead, seemingly unbothered by the place. We came to a crossroads, or more precisely a star. The chamber was small, round, and featureless, but there were doorways leading out in a circle. I counted 13, not including the one we had come in from. Looking down some of them made me feel oddly queasy. There was one that, for all the world,
what are the bees?
Felt like
You
I was
should
going to
run
fall
back by
into
now.
it. Another
Guess
was
not.
so dark that our torches
Alrighty.
didn't seem to reach more than a few feet inside. In the center, there was a date stone. It read, Robert Smirk, 1835, Balance and Fear. I don't know how much you know about famous London architects, but Robert Smirk was one of the foremost proponents of the Gothic revival in the early 19th century. His work was some of the first to use concrete and cast iron, and often described as theatrical. A description that makes a lot of sense when you look at the grand columns of the British Museum, his most famous building. Later, I would look up a list of his works, and discover that he had built the Carlton Club in that exact spot. It had been destroyed in the Second World War during the Blitz, and the club itself had moved premises, but it looked like the underground foundations, or
The
whatever
student's
this
shop?
place was, had not been damaged. We stood there for some time as I explained this to the others. It took some time to do so, as, with the exception of Jared, I got the impression that none of us were in any hurry to go down the other tunnels. A deep apprehension seemed to have settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Everyone else also seemed to feel it.
Oh, called the bear
Then,
early.
without warning, Jared started running full pelt into one of the passages. Not sure which one it was of the 13. I called to him to come back, but got no reply, and Alf took off after him, running into the darkness and quickly turning a corner. Rachel and I looked at each other for a few seconds, but we both knew what we needed to be doing. I followed Alf into the passage, while she headed back down to the entrance to get help. This tunnel wasn't as dark as some of the others, but it was damper. The walls seemed oddly slimy. After a few yards, the stone became so slick that I found it hard to keep my footing, and I fell. I got my hand onto the floor to push myself up, and it came away faintly tinged with red. I heard Alf cry out from further down the corridor. He sounded utterly terrified, and I started on towards him again. I saw lights from up ahead. I was about to call out when Jared came running back out of the darkness. He was clutching a book in his hand and clearly wasn't paying attention to where he was going. He barreled right into me, knocking me to the floor again. He was only a skinny kid, but he was so strong and kept his footing, disappearing back into the darkness towards the entrance. As he passed, I heard a small clattering sound, as though something were falling behind him. I reached out slowly to try and raise myself off the ground, and felt something small and oddly smooth lying there. I shined my light on it, and saw a small bone, from a bird, I think, or maybe a rat. I looked around, and there were a few more scattered about the corridor. I'd fallen hard this time, but managed to hurt my knee quite badly. I was just about able to limp to the end of the corridor, and there I found a small, round room. Against the walls were old bookshelves, decayed and empty, save for a few old pages. They were stained and red, and one of them looked like it had a almost the center of the room lay Alf. He was dead. I couldn't see any injuries on him. He didn't even seem hurt. Expression frozen on his face.
That's not good.
There was no chance that he would.
That's not good.
His motionless chest, and around the base of the bookshelf, I saw more of those tiny bones. That's where my memory
As long as they don't break it
begins to
down,
blur.
I'll be pretty damn happy.
I know.
Now
I
they're
made
gonna
it
break
back
it down.
to the basement of the Reform Club where Rachel was waiting with the police, but I think I got some of the wrong passageways first. I have the vaguest memories, flashes of a pile of paper completely covered in cobweb. A figure stood in the darkness. A stranger I didn't know, but was sure meant me harm. My skin burning, hot, choking on smoke down there in the dark. When I was out, I was questioned by the police, who followed Rachel in to retrieve Alf's body, and were successful, though they came back out pale and shaking.
Yeah, there's just guys
There
there.
was
They
no
tore it
sign
down.
of Jared, nor had Rachel seen him. I was then questioned again by the staff of the Reform Club, who instructed us in no uncertain terms to rebuild the wall and finish our original job. We were given to understand that the police were handling the matter. If we pursued it closer, then we would not be getting any further work from members of the club. As this covers everybody who can afford our services, we complied. It makes me feel sick, though. Like we're just abandoned now, dishonoring his memory. It's not even like he had any family to miss him. It just feels wrong. I guess maybe that's why I'm talking to you. Do try to keep my name out of it if you follow it up, though. Okay?
Yeah.
Statement ends.
We still get
On the one
bones,
hand,
which we
the
need
statement
bones.
represents a complete dead end, as no one involved is both able and willing to talk to us. Over the last 3 months, Sasha has attempted to contact Mr. Silvana, Rachel Turley, the management of the Reform Club, and any of the police officers involved. All of them flatly deny any of this ever took place. Alfred Bartlett's death was listed as a heart attack suffered during routine maintenance work, and none of the coroner's reports provide any details out of the ordinary. The kid, who I think it is reasonable to assume is none other than Jared Key, remains just as impossible to contact as he ever was. From an evidence standpoint, this case is a complete bust.
It sucks, but it's
However,
okay.
too many of the names and features match with other statements for me to dismiss it. Not to mention the fact that business records do list Jürgen Leitner as having hired out an office on the ground floor of 100 Pall Mall between 1985 and 1994. He was, apparently, one of the premier worldwide dealers in rare and antique books at the time, with items selling for the sort of sums where an office in Pall Mall doesn't raise any eyebrows. If this strange basement is really there, then perhaps his choice of location was not simply a display of status. Clearly some of his books were there, and I can't help but wonder whether that was where they were found, or just where they were stored. The other major point of interest is the fact that this complex appears to have been designed by Robert Smirk. You should have seen Tim's face when I told him. Architecture is one of his specialist areas, and he has always talked of Smirk as one that fascinates him. How did he phrase it? A master of subtle stability. From a professional standpoint, it also interests him that Smirk's buildings have higher percentages of reported paranormal sightings than any other architect of similar profile. He hasn't been able to find out much about the Cult Club specifically, at least not anything relevant to the statement. In his later years, following Smirk's official retirement in 1845, there were all sorts of rumors about his interests and religious preferences. If there was a scandalous sect or bizarre cult, his name would always be seen mentioned among those meeting with them. He also started putting his name forward to design churches, despite his claimed retirement. He was never taken up on these offers. Interesting, but fundamentally not that useful for the case in hand, especially since we have been unable to get permission to physically investigate whether this place even exists. It seems we've reached something of a dead end. No pun intended. And record. Oh, God damn it! Martin! Martin, where did you put the rest of the extinguishers? Martin!
Okay.
John, did you call
Excuse us.
looking for the archivist?
I'm sorry, you two actually meant to...
Won't take up your time.
Just got a delivery.
Look, you really can't actually...
Package for Jonathan Sims.
Says right here.
Oh, well, I don't really know where he...
We'll just leave it with you.
Be sure he gets it.
Okay, I will, but you really do have to actually...
Much obliged.
Stay safe.
I'll try?
Your recorder's on, by the way.
Might want to change that.
Oh, so it is. Thanks.
No problem.
At all.
Need more glass, we need composites. It's fine.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike.
We're getting close to the end of the first season, and it gets a little bit loud at the end of the first season. So just a heads up.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 36. Taken Ill.
It could. Probably.
Statement of Nicole Baxter regarding visits culminating in the fire that consumed Ivy Meadows Care Home in Woodley, Greater Manchester. Original statement given November 19th, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Fear is a strange thing, isn't it? What you're afraid of. For most people, a corpse is at the least unnerving and for some outright terrifying. Or maybe it's disgust. They are two very different feelings, aren't they? Though
I do need
they
to go
often
fix up
bleed into
the
each other,
armor
if
because
you'll
it's
pardon the pun. I work as a
showing
funeral director, so as you can imagine,
damage.
how I feel about death and the body is a bit more complicated and more immediately relevant than it is for most people. Dealing with cadavers day in, day out forces you to confront all manner of things about yourself. Simply put, I have found that I do not believe in any sort of afterlife. I have seen people cold and lifeless upon the mortician's table who I knew, who I remembered as vibrant and lively. There was no soul that had departed, no special spark that passed on to something else, simply a body that no longer moved or spoke or thought. It feels odd to consider the fact that you will no longer exist someday. But you didn't exist for billions of years before your birth, so it doesn't seem unreasonable to conclude that you will not exist afterwards in much the same way. I try to see life as a pleasant holiday from non-existence. It provides some comfort when the truth of my own mortality stares me in the face every day. There is one thing about dead bodies that does bother me, though. One thing that eats at me, as it were, and does give me that sick tightness of fear deep in my gut. It is rot. I don't know why it gets to me so. Perhaps it's precisely because I don't think there is anything beyond the body, and even dead and unaware, seeing a person's form begin to putrefy and fester, becoming just a home for the crawling, feasting things is too much for me. Perhaps it's just an unaccountable phobia. Regardless of the reason, the fact is that to see the corpses decaying, to see their flesh corrupted, it is the one part of this job that I find uncomfortable. So much so that I would describe reconstruction and preservation as my favorite part of the process. Making sure the cadaver looks as peaceful and lifelike as possible. Make them the person they were, or as close as they can be while cold and senseless. Fighting off the rot, the insects, the disease. I don't know why I wrote disease just then. They're dead, so they can't be diseased in the normal sense, can they? I suppose it's just thinking about what happened at the Ivy Meadows care home links them in my head. But it's not just that, is it? That the fear, the feeling, that tingling, squirming fear at the back of my mind, it feels the same when thinking of the germs that corrupt and twist our bodies, lurking invisibly on any table or surface, or when I saw those swarming flies. How many more moved and buzzed just out of sight? I've never had any mental health issues before, but perhaps after my experience I should consult someone. I read once that OCD can come on later in life, if a severe experience sets it off. I'm rambling. Disregard this first page, I'll start again. I work as a mortician at Baxter & Gordon Funeral Directors in Woodley. By rights, it should now just be Baxter Funeral Directors, as William Gordon passed away himself about 5 years ago, leaving my Uncle George running the place on his own. He kept the name, though, as he always said it was one of the most respected in all of Manchester. God knows there was no sentimental reason to keep it. From the way he talked, he and William Gordon hated each other by the end, to the point where the will expressly stated that the body of William Gordon was to be handled and prepared by Fenchurch and Sons, one of my uncle's great rivals. Maybe that's why Uncle George is so keen to keep it in the family. He hired me and my cousin Josh to help, and now Baxter & Gordon Funeral Directors is entirely run by Baxters. I've been there for almost 4 years now and have taken over most of the client-side arrangements of the business. My uncle has gotten somewhat brusque in his old age and is now more suited to organizing things with churches and crematoria rather than handling the recently bereaved. As such, I've gotten to know the various nursing and care homes around Woodley rather well. We generally get a few removals from any given one each year. Maybe as many as a half dozen if the winter is bad. It's certainly our most reliable source of business. Of them all, Ivy Meadows was my favorite. For a funeral director to say she has a favorite nursing home probably sounds a bit like the Grim Reaper talking about his favorite hospital, but it's true. Ivy Meadows Care Home was on the outskirts of Woodley, where the suburbs gave way to pockets of green countryside. It wasn't remote, exactly, but it was removed enough from the main road that it stood alone, surrounded by rather lovely gardens on three sides and a long open field behind it. It had been a country house once, I believe, but not much of the original structure remains, having been modified and expanded to provide accessible accommodation for about 30 residents. It was an odd building, with modern glass and concrete sections sprouting from old turreted brickwork, like blocky stone tumors. The look of the place wasn't why I liked it, though. No, that was the residence. Ivy Meadows was almost entirely populated by those elderly who were entirely supported by the state. Most pensioners have some savings or property or family to support them, which means if they're unable to live alone, they can at least afford to pay for their own care, or some of it. It's rare for a person to reach that age and have literally nothing to pay for their care, but it does happen. In these cases, the state pays for them, but they have little choice in where they end up. Ivy Meadows was almost entirely populated by these. Old people without money or family sent to be looked after by strangers. You'd have expected the atmosphere to be unpleasant, some morbid combination of prison and hospice, but it was quite the opposite. Something about the mutual loneliness seemed to lead them to create a real sense of community. It was the only place I ever went where the residents still gave me a smile. Hannah Ramirez, who ran the place, would always tell me a bit about the deceased and their time there, and I was inevitably shocked by tales of drugs, sexual escapades, and other gossip that sounded more like a high school than a nursing home. I think Hannah enjoyed trying to get a reaction out of me when I was trying to be solemn. It was just a happy place, even if I was only there to do a sad duty. It all started to change about 3 months ago, after Hannah left.
Oh, good, I have you now.
I don't know exactly when she left her post or why. We hadn't had a call from Ivy Meadows for a couple of months, so it must have happened during that period. I don't know where she moved to either. It certainly wasn't any of the other care homes around Woodley, and it wasn't like I knew her personally. I'd gotten a call from one of the nurses, Alenka Kozel, who said that one of their residents had taken ill and passed away. A man by the name of Bertrand Miller. I asked her for a few more details. She started to say something else, but the call was cut off almost abruptly. I didn't really think too much about it. Most of the details could be worked out when we arrived, so I called Josh and loaded up the car for a removal. It was a hot, mid-August day, and the air was thick and humid, making everything feel sticky, like the whole world was running a fever. The sky was overcast, though, an orangey grey that cast muted shadows and seemed to muffle the world. It was about a 10-minute drive to Ivy Meadows, and neither of us said a word. I don't know why. At that point we had no idea that there was anything wrong, but looking back it seems like we both felt there was something off about it. Or maybe we were just too hot for conversation, and hindsight is colouring my memories. When we arrived, the place was silent. There were no cars in the parking area, which was not unusual, but I couldn't see a soul anywhere on the grounds. Maybe they were simply staying out of the heat. Josh and I got out of the car and approached the door. I pressed the buzzer, as I had done so many times before, expecting the cheery voice of one of the receptionists. Instead, there was just dead air, followed by the clunk of the door being remotely unlocked. I looked at Josh, who shrugged, and we went inside. Ivy Meadows Care Home was usually much as you would find any other. Air-conditioned and smelling faintly of cleaning products and cheap potpourri. This time it was different. The smell now was just as faint, but seemed rancid, while the air itself was close and damp. The beige walls seemed dirtier than before, with dark marks at roughly hand height. There was a faint buzzing like a fly, but I couldn't see any source for it. None of it was so bad as to make us turn back, however, and we headed towards the reception desk. There was nobody behind it, and I rang the bell. I always wore gloves when on a removal, and was glad of that fact now as I noticed a greasy residue on top of the small brass bell. The door to the reception opened, and a tall man stepped out. He was rail thin and wore a faded brown suit that seemed to have been cut for a much fatter man. His eyes were a watery blue, and his dark hair stood on the top of his head in an unruly mess. He must have been around 40, but had a nervous sort of energy to him. He was quite a surprise, to say the least. Josh recovered faster than I did and asked the man, a bit rudely, who he was, where we could find Hannah. The man shook his head at this and said that Ms. Ramirez had left the position and he was now director of Ivy Meadows. He introduced himself as John Amherst and held a hand out for Josh to shake. My cousin stood there for some time, staring at the thick, sweaty hand of this strange man, clearly not wanting to shake it. Mr. Amherst just stood there, arm outstretched, apparently unconcerned. A fly landed on his face, and if he noticed, he didn't give any sign of it, not even when it walked across his eye. Eventually, the now clearly shaken Josh stuttered out some semi-polite excuse and backed away. At this, John Amherst lowered his hand and turned to me. He asked why we were here. This took me rather by surprise, as there's generally only one reason undertakers show up in such a place. We told him we had received a call and been told Mr. Miller had passed away. Amherst asked who had called us, but with such a sharpness in his voice that I lied and said the caller hadn't given their name. He paused, clearly considering what to say next very carefully. Finally he nodded and said that yes, Bertrand Miller was dead, and we could have him. Then he gestured for us to follow and began to walk back into the main building. As we walked, he began listing the details for Mr. Miller's funeral, such as they were. No family or friends, no savings or insurance, simple cremation as soon as possible, no service to be held at the crematorium, ashes to be returned to Ivy Meadows in whatever the cheapest option was for an urn made of brass. At this, I asked what he wanted the ashes for, and he simply waved his hand in a vague dismissal and said they'd be wanting to have a private remembrance service. By now we'd been walking for a few minutes, and I hadn't seen another soul in the corridors. I thought I spotted one of the nurses at one point, but they had turned and walked away as soon as they saw us. We arrived at a room bearing a small plaque. It read, Bertrand Miller. John Amherst opened it without hesitation and went inside. The smell was what hit me first. I've smelled plenty of corpses in my time. I'd almost say I'm used to the smell. This was different. There was some deeper taint there than simply putrefying flesh, and it made me gag. By the look on his face, Josh smelled it as well, and I got a good look at the body on the bed and almost turned and ran. Based on the color of those sections of skin still whole and unblemished, Mr. Miller couldn't have been dead for more than a few hours, half a day at most. You wouldn't have known, though. Large sections of his body were covered in a wet, creamy yellow rash, which... I'm not a doctor, so describing exactly what it did to the flesh it touched would serve no purpose, except to start me having the nightmares again. Let us just say that it gave a plentiful home for the flies that swarmed around his body. We looked at John Amherst, utterly appalled. He said not to worry, that the disease that had claimed poor Mr. Miller wasn't contagious. He even produced the recently signed death certificate, though it was stained with some dark grey fluid, so I did not examine it too closely. He then apologized that the air conditioning had broken. I'm sure you know all about what heat does to cadavers. I just wanted to get out of there, and have never been more grateful to whoever designed care home beds so that we could remove the body with as little contact as possible. Even then, On the way out, I felt a sudden tickling pain on the back of my left hand and looked down to see the thick leather glove in contact with one of the patches of yellow. I nearly screamed and dropped the body, but did neither. Ivy Meadows did not feel then like a safe place to do either of those things. In fact, I kept my composure through the whole of the drive home. As soon as we arrived, I ran into the bathroom. Throwing my gloves into the medical waste bin, I scrubbed the patch of skin that still felt like it was crawling. I could see nothing wrong with it, but I kept scrubbing until it was bloody. Then poured disinfectant over it until it went numb. When I finally left the bathroom, I found Josh arguing loudly with his father. Apparently, Uncle George was not satisfied with the explanation given for the state of Mr. Miller's body. He turned to me and asked what had happened. I told him the same thing Josh had, the same thing I've told you. We went over it slowly, point by point, until finally he stood there silently looking worried but determined. He had us tell it to him one more time before he nodded, told us to stay away from the corpse of Bertrand Miller, and left, telling us he had to make a few calls. I've never seen a cremation done with such a quick turnaround, and he was burned before the end of the day. I asked Uncle George about returning the ashes in a brass urn, but he shook his head and said he'd already had them disposed of. I knew my uncle wasn't one to share his thoughts when he didn't want to, and that seemed to be the end of it. Save for those times throughout the day, I would feel that tickling in my hand and run to scrub it away. I went on a couple of other jobs, and it seemed like we were expected to forget it. Josh didn't talk about what happened, and I got the impression he was trying to ignore what he had seen. He always was a practical soul. I couldn't let it go, though. It just kept playing in my mind. So when the phone rang 2 weeks later and I heard Alenka's voice on the other end, my heart skipped several beats. What she said did nothing to allay my fears. The line was bad. Very bad. But I could have sworn she said, "Come quickly. We've taken ill. We've passed away." The words repeated as though on a recorded loop, though they were no easier to make out than the first time. Finally, I put the phone down. I was technically off duty at that point, having just finished my shift, so I could have ignored it. I could have walked away. Instead, I put on my normal clothes, grabbed 3 pairs of gloves, and got in my car. Drive there was dreadful. Still hot. I kept looking at turnings and junctions and imagining where I would go if I turned away from Ivy Meadows and just drove off. But I didn't. I kept taking those old familiar turnings, moving inevitably towards that sick, old building. When I arrived, it was quiet. The whole building looked filthy now, even from the outside, and the plants that bordered it had started to take on an unhealthy, whitish color. There was one other car in the parking area, a faded white transit van I didn't recognize. I got out and started to walk towards the front door. The smell was noticeable even from out here, and by the time I got close enough to reach the buzzer, it had become so strong as to be unbearable. I tried to bring myself to press the button, but instead I turned and half-sprinted back to my car, desperate to breathe clean air again. I stood there, torn between wanting to flee and needing to know. Then in the silence, I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Someone banging rhythmically on a window. I scanned all the ones I could see, but they were dark. Tap, tap, tap. It showed no sign of stopping, and I began to make a wide circuit of the building. It was on the other side that I saw it. A large ground floor window showed what I think would once have been the lounge. The walls were dark, stained, and smeared to almost black, but the windows were clear. Stood the other side of the glass, Weakly banging her fist against it was Alenka Kozol. Her skin was mottled, covered with that leaking yellow rash. She saw me, and as her eyes locked with mine, she opened her mouth, and the buzzing of the flies that spewed out was almost as loud as her scream. I turned and began to sprint back towards my car. I had to get away to get out. Then, without warning, I felt something heavy hit me in the side and I lost my footing, falling to the ground. I looked up to see an old man pinning me to the ground, his long white beard matted and filthy. I screamed and tried to escape, but his age seemed to have done nothing to diminish his strength, and he kept his grip easily. Then he spoke in a thick Mancunian accent and told me to keep my voice down. I noticed that his skin was unblemished pink, and behind him stood a young woman, tall and lean, with close-cropped hair and a deep scar over her right eye. She carried a large canvas bag and was shaking her head, telling the old man to leave me alone. After a few suspicious glances, he got up. I could swear I recognized him from somewhere, but when I asked the two of them who they were, they just shook their heads and told me to leave. I asked them what was going on, and the old man looked at his companion as if asking permission, said something about knowledge being a good defense here. She shook her head and said that leaving quickly was a better one. I didn't need to be told a third time. I got in my car, and I left them to their work. I didn't turn around even when I saw the smoke start to rise behind me. And that was the last time I went there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go wash my hands. Statement ends.
That's wild,
The Ivy
right?
Meadows care home in Woodley was
Gross,
officially
yeah.
decommissioned in July 2011, a month before the first of these alleged calls came in. It burned down on the 4th of September that same year after a leaking gas main caught fire. If the gas was already leaking, this might have resulted in hallucinations or other problems during their initial visit. There is no record of the body of Bertrand Miller being processed or cremated by Baxter and Gordon funeral directors, but based on this statement, that's not necessarily a point of incredulity. Bertrand Miller was a resident at Ivy Meadows, but according to his death certificate, he passed away on 19th July, a week before the home was decommissioned. There's no record of any funeral arrangements or disposal of the body. In fact, it seems the record from the closure of Ivy Meadows are, well, according to Sasha, calling them patchy would be very generous. There are only transfer records for 7 residents, whereas at last official count the home held 29. The others seem to have been lost in the system somewhere. The majority of the workforce also appears to be undocumented, and I can find no record of any Alenka Kozol on the system. Martin's research would seem to indicate the place employed a reasonable number of international staff they preferred to keep off the books, but it doesn't explain why none of the officially listed staff can be located for follow-up. Except for Hannah Ramirez, whose brief interview simply established she moved to Brighton shortly before the closure of Ivy Meadows and hadn't heard anything about it since. John Amherst, who best we can tell, doesn't exist. We're unable to locate anyone fitting that description anywhere within the care or medical sector.
Huh.
And he certainly never
Completely
ran any
missed that one
nursing
before.
homes. Another tale full of dead ends.
Ah, that's why. I normally
We did
stop off at
contact the
the
Baxters.
one that's
Joshua Baxter repeated
here?
the first part of the above
That's why.
statement. George Baxter told us not to listen to tall tales. Nicole Baxter said she stands by her account, but aside from losing her left hand in what she calls a workplace accident, there have been no further developments. Still, there's a lot here that puts me in mind of other statements. Something in the way Ms. Baxter talks about fear. I can't help but be reminded of statement 014232, how Jane Prentice talks about her own fears. And the old man and his companion, Who does that remind me of?
Vampire
He wasn't
hunters.
dead. I think it might have been Trevor. Oh, yes?
Are you free?
Yes. Yes, I'm just about finished here. What is it?
Oh, nothing urgent. It's just Elias was asking a couple of questions about the delivery.
Delivery? What delivery?
Well, that's actually what he was asking. Apparently Martin took a delivery of a couple of items last week addressed to you. Did he not mention it?
No, he... Oh, yes. Actually, I completely forgot. He said he put it in my desk drawer. Hold on.
What is it?
A lighter. An old Zippo.
You smoke?
No. And I don't allow ignition sources in my archive.
Okay. Is there anything unusual about it?
Not really. Just a sort of spiderweb design on the front. Doesn't mean anything to me. You?
No. No.
Well, show it to the others, see what they think. You said there was something else as well?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it was sent straight to the artifact storage. Table of some sort. Looks old. Quite pretty, though. Fascinating design on it.
Tim? Tim, it doesn't have a hole in it, does it? It's about 6 inches square.
I don't know, maybe? I'll be honest, I didn't really notice. It was quite...
Hypnotic, yes. Do you know who made the delivery? Did they sign in?
No. Sorry, no, I don't know.
I need to talk to Martin. End recording.
That'll work.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
That's a weird one, for sure, for sure. Okay, I'm gonna boot it up and see what it does. I'm curious.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
I don't know if another boss is gonna pop up, so just a heads up.
Episode 37.
A storm and restores trees. Oh, sweet.
Offering.
Apparently I need 1,000. Okay. I had it on me, and then That's okay. Give me a sec. Luckily, I have one right here, too. I decided to build one. Just hope that's full.
Tell me again.
Again?
I want it on tape.
What? Why?
I just want a record. To make sure I have something I can check.
Fine. There were 2 delivery men, they were big, and they spoke with Cockney accents that might have been fake, and they delivered a package for you. I don't remember anything else about what they looked like.
Nothing at all.
They looked normal. Like you'd expect. They looked like 2 huge Cockney delivery men. I don't know what else you want.
What about the table?
I didn't see the table. I guess Rosie must have signed for it. I mean, it's her office on the way to Artifact Storage, so that makes sense.
She says the same as 2 men. Doesn't know how they got in, too intimidated to ask. Looked exactly like you'd expect. Useless.
Sorry. Look, John, I do think we should destroy the table, though.
Pretty cool,
It
though.
was the one from Amy Patel's statement. Just
And
in
we get the
case.
trees back.
Last told me the same thing. Luckily, he phrased it as advice rather than in instruction, so for now I'm more inclined to keep studying it. We're not in the business
How
of
big is it?
destroying
The
knowledge.
radius?
I suppose.
It doesn't say. But
Can
we're
I go
within
now?
the radius
Yes,
here.
go on.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting on
You need to
Opti and
get some
Absi to say something.
I'll see you later.
Nothing so far.
Waste of tape, really. He's right. Might as well get some use out of it.
Statement of Jason North regarding the discovery of an alleged ritual site found near Lochglass in Scotland. Original statement given August 6th, 2009. Audio recordings by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I just need to know if you can save my son. I've asked and asked, and your people only ever tell me to write my statement, put it down on paper for investigation. Is that going to help? No, of course it isn't. Even if you had the power to do something, would you? Or would you rather watch my son burn so you can take notes? I've been drinking.
Synthetic enzyme. How do I make a synthetic enzymes?
Well, I don't plan to apologize for ruining your precious paper, and I don't plan to stop. Only way to keep the fear from settling in. If I'm scared I'm going to lose Ethan like I lost everything else, then I'll curl into a ball and never get up. I won't be able to do anything to stop it. I won't let my son burn, even if
Oh, even better! Look at that! Spoiled meat, charcoal, and organic resin. I have all of that.
I'm sorry, I know. There's no one to blame but my own stupid self, blundering in where I had no right to go. But yes,
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
on the whole goddamn story, don't you? So you can look over it in 10 years and go, interesting, long after Ethan and me are dead. Well, fine. There's not much to it, really. For everything it's done to me.
Nothing so far.
Do anything at all. Just messed around in the wrong clearing.
Oh, it's short. I see.
An ecologist, working for the Forestry Commission up in Scotland. It was a great job, for me at least. I suppose if you don't like hiking or being alone, you'd have a hard time with
It'll
it,
do
but
for
for me, it was a great
43
thing.
extra minutes, so we'll see.
Now, up in the north of Scotland,
Will this hold?
the bit without all the people,
I'm gonna go
there
get the
are
other one.
plantations of evergreen trees, huge ones. And their job is the same as pretty much any other tree to get cut down for wood. Trouble is, a lot of animals make their homes in and around those trees. Badgers, red squirrels, even pine martens. Do you know what a pine marten is? It's a wee bear, an adorable wee bear that needs to be protected, because the pine marten, like a lot of other species that live in those areas, is protected by conservation laws. Can't be legally killed without the sort of special permissions logging companies rarely have. So it was my job to walk through all these plantations with a clipboard and note down what animals had made their homes where. You don't need me to tell you that the job can take me a long way from civilization at times. Some of these plantations are off the beaten track. Everyone gets so caught up on how small Scotland is compared to other countries, but it's still huge compared to a single idiot wandering through the forests. And there aren't so many people, so you have large areas all but devoid of human life. It wasn't uncommon for me to find myself an hour or more away from a town or main road or any other human life at all. I didn't mind, because I knew I had my little boy Ethan waiting for me back at home.
There we go.
4 years old and already sharp as anything. And my wife Lucy. She used to be waiting for me as well. You see plenty of strange things out here. That far from anywhere, a lot of folks use it as their own personal dumping grounds. Fridges, microwaves, barbed wire, all sorts. Occasionally
Definitely
strewn
helps.
throughout the forests and over the
Especially
hills.
because this one's
I even found a
draining
corpse once.
so quickly.
Not as exciting as it sounds. They were far too decomposed for me to tell anything about the death. Could have been a mafia hit, or could have been a hiker having a heart attack. Result was the same for me. radio it in, and then lose 2 hours of light babysitting a dead guy while I wait for someone to get up and take charge of it. So, when I saw the clearing, the trees near Loch Glass, I wasn't worried. I figured I'd seen everything messed up the forest had to offer. Heck, I even saw a friend of mine get impaled on a falling tree once. I reckoned there was nothing left to shock me. It didn't matter that the hairs on my arm began to stand up, or that I started sweating through my coat in the middle of February, or that dry, acrid taste at the back of my throat made me want to gag. I still headed on over to investigate this odd-looking clearing. It wasn't man-made, or at least nobody had cut trees down to make it. It looked as though the trees had been deliberately planted in a circle. If that was the case, judging by their growth, they must have been planted like that almost 50 years ago. In the center was a large piece of stone, crudely hacked into what looked like a small seat or maybe an altar. As I stood there on the edge, I realized that the trees around me were completely silent. And after a few seconds of examination, saw that it didn't look like there were any animals at all around this clearing. It was unsettling, sure.
I'll be
but
happy
it
to have the
also
trees
meant
back,
that I had all the information
which
I
means
needed
I
for
can
my
cut them
survey of
down
that
down
area.
again. So
I could tick the boxes and move on. I didn't need to enter the clearing, but I did.
in all honesty, it's a little bit worth it.
The moment I crossed that threshold, I knew I had
More than
made
a little bit.
mistake.
Actually, let's go ahead and
It
put
was
some.
like an electric shock rushing through my body, and my already warm skin began to prickle and burn. I stripped off the jacket with
I'll
sweat
have 50
dripping
glass
from my
here soon.
fingers and reached for my water to
I'll
try and
have a
get
little
rid
bit
of
more.
that foul taste in my throat.
That'll work
I pulled the cap
nicely
off,
too.
took a long swig. Half a second before I realized the water was boiling hot. I screamed.
Or
Well, it was more of a gurgle, really, and fell to the floor in agony. I lay there for almost half an hour, collecting myself and just breathing in the cold winter air of the highlands, waiting for the pain to die down. Eventually, I managed to compose myself and stagger to my feet. The strange sensations were still there, but I was able to mostly choke them down, at least until I had a proper look around the clearing. The altar was the focus of the whole thing, but in many ways it was the least interesting part. Clean.
So it looks like it'll go out up
No
until
markings of any sort, nothing on top, just a rock. Around
still
it, though,
all
on
the way through
ground were
here.
scorch marks. They didn't seem to radiate
Up
out
until
from
then.
any one angle, they just covered areas of the forest floor.
There it is.
There was no ash, though,
This
or
entire
debris
part.
or anything
Which is
that
good,
might
because
have
I
meant
did cut down
fire.
a lot of trees around here. Like, I cut down almost all the trees here, because you can see,
It was
it
following
used to be
these scorches
green,
that led me
green,
to
green,
really
like
messed
this.
up stuff,
But
because what I saw
now,
around the
it's
edges of the
mostly,
clearing put
you
me
know,
to shame.
not green.
See, it looked like there were animals in that place once, but now each one lay just beyond the edge. On all of them, the fur or feathers had been burned away, and all that was left was their skin, scalded a vivid, angry red, like they'd been badly sunburned. They were dead, every one of them, though none seemed to have decayed any more than their compatriots. Either they all died together, or something in that place was just fresh. Neither option sounded grand to me. Finally, I looked at the trees. There was nothing wrong with the trees themselves, not exactly. Driven into the trunk of each one was a heavy-looking iron nail. I didn't count how many there were in total, maybe a couple of dozen. Each suspended a worn, dirt-caked glass milk bottle that had clearly seen better days. My eyes fell on the string used to suspend them. I couldn't help but notice it seemed far cleaner and newer than the bottles or their contents. What was inside each one seemed to vary. Some had pine needles and twigs, some were full of dirt, and one or two even held what appeared to be rainwater. Though looking closer, I could see that it bubbled very gently inside of those bottles in an endless simmer. In each, I could also see a small photograph, half buried in dirt or almost boiled clean. They all looked to be the same photograph, though it was hard to tell for sure. A tall woman, probably in her 50s or 60s, wearing reading glasses, grey hair curled into a tight bun. She stared out disapprovingly from every bottle. Weirdest of all, on the bottom of each was tied a lock of hair. It was long and grey in poor condition, and I reckon it must have belonged to the woman in the photograph. It was tied up with the same new string as held the bottles, except for the fact that it was burned, ever so slightly at the ends. I was still in quite a lot of pain from the water earlier, but I've always been too curious for my own stupid good. I took a few pictures on my phone, but I wanted some clear shots of the photograph inside to show my friends. God knows I should have just left. It's not like there weren't plenty of warning signs. I just chose not to pay attention. I picked up one of the jars filled with twigs and took it off the nail, trying to angle it in my hand to get a better shot of the contents. Then my fingers slipped, and I dropped it. I watched it plummet towards the hard winter ground, willing it not to shatter, not to break. It was falling so slowly, but I was even slower. It exploded to 1,000 glass shards, and instantly I knew that I had meddled with something I should have left alone. I turned pale and ran, stopping only to reach down and pick up the photograph. I don't know why. I suppose it felt so weird all of a sudden that I didn't think I could get any more cursed. And I wanted a copy of that picture, just to prove to myself that what I had found was real. It was real. You can have the damn thing now, though. I'll leave it with my statement. I know in my heart getting rid of it will make no difference, but I have to try. Because from that moment on, everything I love and value has burned or been destroyed. My car overheated on the way back to the Forestry Commission, and I barely got out before the engine caught fire. My house was a smouldering heap of blackened rubble before the end of the week. Electrical failure. I don't want to talk about what happened to Lucy. I don't want to think about her face at the end. Now there's only one thing I have left that I value, that I love. And I cannot lose him. I can't lose Ethan. I shouldn't be in this mess. It's absurd. I didn't do anything wrong. I just dropped a bottle. That's all. I don't deserve this. I don't. I asked about who might have gone to the area, but aside from some middle-aged businessmen on a hiking trip, no one's been anywhere near that clearing for years. There is no reason this is happening. I'm still going to lose everything. I am so scared. Statement ends. He didn't, in the end. Lose Ethan, that is. Ethan North is currently a healthy 11-year-old boy living with a loving foster family in Inverness. They declined to give an interview. I can't say I blame them. The rest is a standard muddle. Tim couldn't find any evidence of the clearing. Sasha established all the accidents that befell Mr. North and his loved ones appeared mundane in nature. The setup of the clearing matches rituals or spells in both voodoo and Wicca, but nothing definitive. And there is no hard evidence of anything supernatural occurring. There's no reason to believe that when Jason North doused himself in petrol on August the 10th, 2009, then lit himself on fire, he was doing anything other than acting out the delusion of a paranoid alcoholic. Paramedics took him to Regmore Hospital, where he died 3 days later. He never regained consciousness.
That
I suppose
sucks.
there is one piece of evidence. Mr. North did include with his statement the picture he found in the bottle. It is a photograph of Gertrude Robinson, my predecessor at the Magnus Institute, circa 2002, as best I can tell. I have no idea what this means.
I have no idea what any of this means. I'm very tired. And reporting.
Special thanks to Samantha Emily.
Well, there's a tree that's
The
popping
Magnus
up there.
Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening. Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Ah, they're spoiled. Yeah.
Episode 38, Lost and Found.
Statement of Andre Romeo regarding a series of misplaced objects lost over the course of 3 months. Original statement given June 6, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Thank you for lending me your pen. I thanked you when you handed it to me, but I don't know if you'll remember. I wonder, will you forget you lent it to me and believe that it was my pen all along? Maybe instead you'll forget that I ever had one to begin with, and think of me as an idiot who turned up to give a statement without a pen, so you had to lend me yours. My own fault for putting it down, really, assuming I did ever have one. I'll try
See what I mean about the Biza? This one wasn't here.
I've been in the antiques business for a long time. It's not what it used to be. I'm sorry, I know. I always did that. Try to make myself feel more comfortable with jokes. There's a follow-up to that one, you know?
It's
Something
fun
along
here.
the lines of the joke being so old only an antiques dealer would be able to sell it. I love that one. I think it's clever. But in my whole life it's only ever gotten a laugh once. That's why I remember buying the vase so clearly. I remember that the seller laughed. In the old days, I never would have considered buying wares from the likes of Mikhail Salesa. He has a good reputation for quality, but a bad
Ooh, I remember
reputation
listening to
for
this one for the
legality,
first time. I know
as it
exactly
were.
where I was when I listened to this one.
I've had more than one acquaintance sell on a particularly valuable
It was
find
weird.
they got from
And I
them,
remember
only to
because I was
discover that it
miserable.
didn't have proper import papers, or that it had been reported stolen years before. Charlie Miller even did some jail time over a Georgian brooch he bought off him. So as a general rule, I'd have given Salesa's stuff a wide berth, but, well, the antiques business isn't what it used to be. That isn't a joke. I had to close up my shop a few years ago, you see. Actual antiques don't sell to the mass market anymore. Oh, young people will snap up vintage clothes or have any number of cheap faux antique replicas strewn about their living rooms, but as soon as they get a look at the price tag for the real thing, they're out of there like a shot.
So I went the same way as a lot of my peers. Lose the premises, start selling only high-margin goods direct to specific clients who can afford them, or shift a few guaranteed sellers on the auction. It's the only real way to stay afloat in the business nowadays, but the competition is intense, and getting the caliber of artifact you need has become a more cutthroat affair. I'm not the only one in the business to recently soften their attitude towards buying from people like Mikhail Salesa. It was my first meeting with him, back in March, and I was nervous, so I told my joke. Just offhand, almost a reflex. I didn't expect any reaction, really. I certainly didn't expect him to laugh.
Alright.
But he did. This sudden,
Yeah, this little haze. Look at that.
throaty laugh that seemed to come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything afterwards.
We're still outside of it. I can still see it, though.
Business, but it stayed with
There you go. Now I'm inside of it.
There was nothing particularly strange about the laugh.
Yeah.
Not really. Why do I remember it so clearly?
Alright, I'm gonna go to the other place,
Salesa
grab
was
the
taking me through his showroom.
stuff. Go
There
with
was
the
a
enzymes.
fancy-looking
And I'll
sign
head
above the
back over
door,
here
but
to
it didn't do much to hide the fact that it was basically a warehouse.
power the
Most of the
machine.
antiques were still in their packing crates, and I couldn't help making a note of how quick and easy it would be for him to pack everything down and disappear if he needed to. Still, I'd made a few good purchases already and was cautiously optimistic. I'd bought a pair of cavalry sabers from the Revolutionary War, absolutely excellent condition, and a British artilleryman's tunic from World War I. A few other bits and pieces as well. I recall I felt a moment of relief that I didn't deal in books, as I caught sight of several crates packed to the brim with heavy-looking volumes. I was looking for something big, though. Something that would make an actual dent in the mountain of debt I'd been piling up. I found it in that old Chinese pot. From the Jiajing period, so Salesa said, and the construction seemed to back him up. The glaze and the workmanship fitted with mid to late Ming dynasty, but there was something off about the actual design. Instead of the pictures or scenes common to the ceramics of the period, the blue glaze was painted on in crisp, thin, geometric lines. They repeated perfectly, and seemed to get smaller and more intricate the closer I looked, but the shapes they formed never lost any of the precision, seeming to continue on however closely I looked. The effect was disorientating, and made the vase seem smaller than it actually was. It made my head hurt a bit when I looked at it for too long. It was amazing. When he saw me staring, Salesa clapped me on the back and named a price that almost made me choke. We haggled a bit, and eventually reached a price I considered only a little bit unreasonable. I hurried my purchases home, feeling slightly soiled by my visit to the warehouse and very much hoping it would be a good few months, if not years, before I was in such dire straits that I needed to go again. I got home, had a shower and some food, and immediately started to look into finding a buyer for my latest acquisitions. I remember I was planning to make a few calls, but my headache got so bad that I had to have an early night. The problems started soon after. It was little things at first, like my shoes. I'm not a particularly fashion-conscious man at the best of times, so I have 3 pairs of shoes. Comfortable loafers for everyday use, a pair of walking boots for hiking, and some well-shined, polished leather brogues for fancier events. Well, I had a rather upmarket auction that I needed to attend, so I went to put on my nice shoes, but they were nowhere to be found. Not the shoes, not the box I kept them in. Instead, there was a bag containing 2 shirts that I know for a fact I threw away the year before. When I asked my husband David about it, he told me point blank that I had never had any such shoes. Claimed I always wore my loafers when I went to auctions or parties.
Yeah.
I know that, compared to some of the ghost stories you must hear in this place, a pair of misplaced shoes seems perfectly trivial. But something felt so wrong about the whole situation.
More.
In the end, I did go in my loafers. I don't remember if anyone at the auction noticed. It was about a week later that I got the invoice from Salesa. It was a pleasant surprise, far less than I thought we'd agreed on. That feeling lasted until I looked through the itemized list and realized why the cost was so low. he hadn't charged me for the Ming. I'll admit that I was somewhat conflicted over whether to raise the issue, but in the end I decided that even if Mikhail Salesa did work with thieves, I was not going to be counted among them, so I phoned him to try and explain the mistake. He seemed to be in a fine mood when he answered the phone and asked me if I'd had a chance to try out the sabers yet, which I'm pretty sure was a joke. I told him that there was an item he'd missed off the invoice, and he said that no, everything had been double-checked and was correct. I was getting suspicious at this point and thought he might be trying to pull a fast one of some sort with me. Maybe get me to take the blame for some illicit scheme gone wrong. I told him so in no uncertain terms and described our encounter and the vase in minute detail. He was quiet for a few seconds, and then asked me if I could send him a photo of the pot. His tone was different, and he sounded oddly wary when he made the request. I was very on edge by this point, but could come up with no good reason not to agree, so I took a few pictures with my phone and sent them through to him. It was a long time before he spoke again, and when he did, he sounded different, almost scared, I thought. He told me that I could keep it, no charge. I began to protest again, but he ignored it. I remember his exact words. "I do not remember having that thing, which means it belongs to you." Then he hung up. This was all very strange, of course, but even then I wasn't worried. Not like I should have been. It was my book next. A signed copy of Catch-22, my favorite book. Vanished from its place on the bookshelf, leaving only an empty space behind. David just gave me another blank stare when I asked him about it. I admit I almost lost it at him then. Shoes were one thing, but that book meant a lot to me. I accused him of playing some stupid joke and tried to remind him what I'd gone through to get it, flying over to America for Joseph Heller's last book tour, queuing for hours, and then that dreadful evening I thought that sudden rainstorm had ruined it all. By the end, he was looking very alarmed indeed, and started to ask me how I was feeling. He wanted to know if I'd been under a lot of stress at work, if there was anything I wanted to talk about. I left. Maybe he was right. Maybe I am crazy. It makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? It would make it neat. Except no. I would need to have gone mad a long, long time ago, before this, for the idea of it being in my head to hold up. My perceptions are the only ones I can trust. Maybe. I don't know. This went on for months. The tie I got for my last birthday, my grandfather's teapot, the tunic I bought from Salesa. Things just kept going missing, and every time David would tell me that whatever it was didn't exist, or it wasn't mine, or I was misremembering. For a while I thought he was actually trying to gaslight me, make me think I was losing my mind. But when the tunic went missing, I called Salesa again. This time he laughed when he told me he didn't remember selling any World War I items to me on my visit. I checked the invoice, and it was no longer listed there. Just empty, accusing paper where the words had been.
I need
I
more
know
ice.
these things were real. I know they existed. Why won't anyone just believe me? This is where I started to come undone a bit. To be honest, I don't think anyone would do much better in my situation. I hadn't made any connection between the old Chinese pot and the disappearances. I mean, why would I? But I also hadn't been able to sell it. Whenever I tried, something would get in the way. The other person would forget to send through a crucial email, or they'd stop responding. Once I managed to get it as far as posting it out to a buyer. It was returned immediately with a note asking why it had been sent to her. Gradually, I began to get suspicious of the thing. Sitting there, with its cascading, maddening patterns in that vile cobalt blue, trying to tell me that things didn't exist, that they hadn't vanished, and I know they have. I took to watching it. I wasn't getting much sleep, and David was worried sick about me. I know he was talking to various doctors about getting me help. There were certainly a couple of points I was
Ooh,
worried
this one's
about him having me
fast.
sectioned. None of it helped in the end. It was about a month ago. I had placed the vase in the center of the table and was sat, staring at it, keeping an eye on it, checking for God knows what. This had been my ritual for the previous week, keeping my vigil into the small hours, but that night I fell asleep in front of it. I don't remember my dream. Running, maybe? I know I woke with a start, sometime around 2 in the morning. As I tried to rub the sleep from my eyes, I heard a sound from the table in front of me. It was the dull thump of a heavy book hitting the tabletop. I looked, and sure enough, there was my copy of Catch-22 just lying there, in front of that strange ceramic thing, and not just my book. There was a small pile of objects around the base, my shoes, a tie, things I don't even remember losing. One by one they rose up
Oh, you're
out
just
of
in
the
time.
mouth of the vase and tumbled to the table. It didn't matter how big they were. They seemed to fit.
That's awesome.
Then came the monster.
Ooh,
Everything had been
that
restored.
instantaneous? What the
All
hell?
the things that I had lost in my thought it would be over. It must be done. What else could possibly come out of it?
That's cool.
And I saw the pale shape, long, thin fingertips begin to creep above the lip of the pot.
That's really
I
cool.
remember thinking that it couldn't be a normal person living in that pot, because the fingernails were too dirty. Isn't that an odd thing to think at a time like that? I ran, of course, turned around and sprinted out of the door and into the street.
That's awesome.
Didn't return until morning. Maybe I should have called the police, but I was in no state to do much of anything except shiver under a tree for hours.
Oh,
David
that was
gone.
so cool.
I allowed myself some brief hope that maybe he'd just left me. Maybe he'd escape with just a
I'm not
divorce.
gonna lie, I do love the
But
fact that they just
One called the
out of
Housing
nowhere.
Association confirmed that as far as they were concerned, I'd always lived alone.
Also, this
I
is
wanted to
exactly
smash
how
that
it looked like when I first
I
found
wanted
it.
to dash its
Like,
maddening patterns to the
when
ground
was it,
and stomp
February?
on it until there is nothing left but powder.
Late January?
But
Something
it's also
around there.
disappeared, of course.
Oh, I love it.
I can't
I
find
do.
it anywhere. It's still taking.
That's so cool.
Sorry about your pen. Statement ends. Before I dig too deeply into the background of this statement, I feel I should mention something that puts much of it in a slightly different light. Tim actually managed to find a copy of Mr. Romeo's marriage license. It exists, is signed, dated, and official, and half of it is blank. Only Mr. Romeo's details are on the document, and if it wasn't for the context of this statement, it would appear he was married to nobody. But he was married. This is not the first time Mikhail Salesa's name has come to the attention of the Institute. Even discounting the incidental role he played in case 0112905, he appears to have something of a knack for locating objects displaying more disconcerting
Look
phenomena.
at that.
I believe
That's
some of the more bizarre
amazing.
things in the artifact storage area were purchased from him.
Oh, that's so
It has
cool.
been something of a ugh. I see. Oh, whoa. Yeah. The spider.
A spider?
Yeah, I tried to kill it. The shelf collapsed.
I swear, cheap
Yeah,
cells are just... Did you get it?
I hope so. Think so. Nasty looking thing.
Well, I won't tell Martin.
God. I don't think I could stand another lecture on their importance to the ecosystem. What?
Look.
Got dented when the shelf collapsed, I guess?
No, it goes right through. I thought this was an exterior wall.
It should be.
I think it's just plasterboard. Do you see anything?
No, I don't think so. Sasha, run. Run!
Yep, there it is.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com
Ooh,
and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License.
And I don't have copper.
Today's
Shoot.
episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
I think I'm gonna take a short 20 minutes to go for a quick walk. I think. I've still not heard anything about the boys, so I'm gonna go ahead and guess that they probably forgot something happened. Probably. It happens. Ah, here it is. I knew I had some.
Presents the Magnus Archives.
Okay, let's take a look here.
Episode 39, Infestation.
Ooh, 10 platinum ingots for...
CO2, get the
goddamn
CO2! Now!
Too many.
Just keep
We
saying.
need to go. I just, let me think.
Do you see Prentice?
I don't see her.
John! John!
This way. Come on, this way.
Look out!
There we go, recording again.
Severe wind. Ooh, we haven't had that one in a while.
I just want to point out that I didn't make this much of a fuss.
I think your removal was substantially cleaner.
I'm still not sure why you have this. Drinking in the archives?
What? No, it's for worms.
What?
For pulling the worms out of people, like now.
You, what?
I used to carry around a knife, but I started thinking that cutting into someone laterally wasn't really the most efficient way to get them out.
Oh, this one beeps,
Besides
okay.
which, they seem to be quite slow burrowing in a straight line, so, given their size, the corkscrew just seemed to be the better option. Look, you guys got to go home every day, okay? I didn't. I've been thinking for a long time about what to do when, well, you know, this happened.
Thank you.
That's why we're here.
Yeah. The room's sealed. I checked it myself when I moved in.
Climate controlled as well, strong door, soundproof.
Need
These
a
old wells
light
are
over
far
here.
better protected than we ever were. All right. I'll grant you it's a good place to lay low, but
They could still come in through the aircon.
not easily. And not en masse. It is actually safe. Except, of course, that we're trapped.
Ah. Yeah. Sorry.
Why record it?
What?
Before, in the office, it was stupid going to the tape recorder like that. And then when you dropped it out there...
I said I was sorry. If I'd known Martin had another one stashed in here, I never would have...
It's fine, I just don't understand. I thought you hated the damn thing. You're always going on about it.
I do. I did. I don't want to become a mystery. I refuse to become another goddamn mystery.
What?
Look, even if you ignore the walking soil sack out there and the fact that we are probably minutes from death, there is still so much more happening
I'm not
here.
entirely sure that we can ignore
Every real statement just leads deeper into something I don't even know the shape of yet. And to top it all, I still don't know what happened to Gertrude. Officially, she's still missing. But Elias is no help, and the police were pretty clear that the wait to call her dead is just a formality. If I die, worm food or something else, whatever, I'm going to make damn sure the same doesn't happen to me. Whoever takes over from me is going to know exactly what happened.
You don't think that would put them off?
I hope so. Only an idiot would stay in this job.
Wouldn't that make you an idiot?
Yes, Martin, that was my point.
Can you see what's going on out there?
Ish. When did we last clean these doors?
What can you see?
Worms seem to have backed off a bit. There's a few lurking in the corners. Oh, hey! There's the other tape recorder.
Any sign of Prentice?
No, it looks like they're
Nice.
waiting, I think.
For what?
Tim, maybe?
Oh, God.
I think he was out at lunch.
Quick, someone call him. Tell him not to
No
come back
signal in
inside.
here. We just have to hope he heard the noise.
John, what did you mean by real things?
Okay. Go ahead and do that.
The ones that have weird wrinkles. They just seem to have something solid to them. They all have.
Oh, that's true. The reinforced.
They're recorded, they-
And we have to use the tape recorder.
I don't think I have
At
it.
this stage, if it records to my laptop,
I do.
I
There,
don't.
there, I see him. Tim. It's outside.
Oh, God, no, he doesn't see them. Tim, look out!
Soundproof. He
Tim!
can't hear you.
What is he doing? No, Tim, just run, leave it alone. Oh, God, turn around, just turn around.
There she is.
Oh, screw it.
Wait, Sasha, no!
Tim, look out!
Watch out for the tape!
Okay, test. What are you doing on the floor? Statement of Joe Spooky regarding sinister happenings in the downtown.
Tim, look out!
Sasha?
Behind you, run!
Do you hear the song?
Tim!
Wait, what did they say? Let's go ahead and go back.
Song.
Tim!
Do you hear the song?
Damn it.
Right. There we go. Martin, what do you see?
What?
I can't really stand up yet. I need you to describe what's going on, for the record.
Yeah, sure. So, Sasha tackled Tim, and there was a kind of struggle, but she made it out of the archives. That was about 2 minutes ago, and she's gone to get help. Probably. I mean, she couldn't. She wouldn't just run. So.
Did it look like any of the worms got her before she left?
No, I don't think so. Tim neither, I think. It was hard to tell after she tackled him. There was a lot of movement and shouting and wriggling.
Stay with it, Martin. Tim. What happened to Tim?
They got split up and he ran into the office.
I do like that there's trees there now.
He
Oh,
said
it's
that's
so
where he
good.
made the hole. When you were recording, they all came through, so he's dead. He's dead in there. He's covered in worms.
We
That's
don't
it.
know that.
Maybe he found the spare CO2.
Spare? What? Where? I never saw
Oh,
it.
I hid them in old case file boxes.
What? Why?
Well, so the worms didn't know they were there. Look, I know it's stupid.
Yes. Yes, it is. They're just unclassified parasites. They don't have consciousness. They can't plan. They're just an unthinking infection.
Seriously.
What?
Why do you do that?
Do what?
Push the skeptic thing so hard. I mean, it made sense at first, but now, after everything we've seen, after everything that you read, I hear you recording statements and you just dismiss them. You tear them to pieces like they're wasting your time. But half of the rational explanations you give are actually far more far-fetched than just accepting it was a ghost or something. I mean, for God's sake, John, we are literally hiding from some kind of worm queen thing. How could you possibly still not believe?
Of course I believe. Of course I do. Have you ever taken a look at the stuff we have in artifact storage? That's enough to convince anyone. But even before that, why do you think I started working here? It's not exactly glamorous. I've always believed in the supernatural. Within reason, I mean. I still think most of the statements down here aren't real. Of the hundreds I've recorded, we've had maybe 30, 40 that go on tape. Now those, I believe, at least for the most part.
Then why do
Because
you
I'm scared, Martin. Because when I record these statements, it feels like I'm being watched. I lose myself a bit, and then when I come back, it's like if I admit there may be any truth to it, whatever's watching will know somehow. The skepticism, feigning ignorance, it just felt safer.
Well, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Still, it's not my fault we're going to be eaten by worms. Speaking of, can you see anything?
Not much. They're just there.
How many?
Too many. And more keep coming up through the floor. I didn't think they could get through.
Prentice?
No, I can't. Oh, there she is.
What's she doing?
I don't know. She's messing with the boxes. She's holding one up and... Oh.
What?
She's destroying them. Sort of.
Sort of.
Well, I don't really know what the stuff coming out of her mouth is, but I think we should probably burn them.
Right. Why are you here, Martin?
Well, Prentice is out there and you can't run.
I mean
so
in the archive, in general. Why haven't you quit?
Are you giving me my review now?
No. We're clearly doing a whole heart-to-heart thing, and truth be told, the question's been bothering you.
Yeah, why not?
You've been living in the archives for 4 months. Constant threat of this, sleeping with a fire extinguisher and a corkscrew. Even you must be
now
aware
it charged
that's
up all
not
the way
normal for an
quickly.
archive
Jesus
job.
Christ.
Why are you still here?
Don't really know. I just am. It didn't feel right to just leave. I've typed up a few resignation letters, but I just couldn't bring myself to hand them in. I'm trapped here. It's like I can't move on, and the more I struggle, the more I'm stuck.
Martin, you're not... You didn't die here, did you?
What? No, what?
No, No, just the way you phrased that.
Did you think I was a ghost?
No, it's...
No, that's just whatever web these statements have caught you in, well, I'm there too. We all are, I think. A ghost? Really?
Shut up, Martin.
That's pretty funny.
Tell me again,
You're
please.
kidding!
You did bring a tape recorder. I just thought John would appreciate as many supplementary recordings as possible for the record.
Well, for the record, if we don't do something now, it won't matter either way.
So these are the worms he and
The
Martin have been
ones
going on.
terrorizing us for months, yes.
To be honest, I always thought they were just overreacting. Other staff have seen them around, but no one's reported any aggressive behavior or anything like that. You know how those two are. John puts on a good show, but sometimes I swear he's worse than Martin.
Look, Elias, I don't know what you think is going on, but I have just seen thousands of flesh worms pouring out of the wall. God knows knows how long they've been hiding. Tim might be dead, and the others...
Well, of course. The fire alarm was a good move, but it does mean most staff have evacuated, so we'll have to deal with them ourselves.
There are thousands of them, Elias.
Not quite what I meant. On John's insistence, I recently changed the archive's fire suppression system to use carbon dioxide. I should have done it
So
years
why
ago.
hasn't it gone off?
Because there isn't an actual fire.
Right. Can we set it off manually? I think John's got a lighter somewhere.
He's not smoking again, is he? Anyway, it shouldn't be necessary. There is a manual release a few floors down.
Wait,
A
will it
few
hurt
floors.
Martin or John?
Almost certainly. I'm not a doctor, but I know dumping a lot of CO2 on people isn't generally considered a good idea. I really don't want to have to find another archivist so quickly after Gertrude, but from what you say, it might be a mercy. You know the situation best, so...
Let's go.
I thought that wall was meant to be solid.
So did I. We don't have any sort of weapon, do we?
I mean, I suppose we could
Don't
use...
say the corkscrew.
Okay.
How many of them are outside the door?
I don't know. I can't see because the window is covered in...
Right. Damn. Well, Martin, I guess this is...
Hi, guys.
Tim? What the hell? I thought... How did you...
You made it!
Funny story, really. I ran into the office, worms everywhere, horrible death and everything. Tripped and fell into some boxes, and there were like 20 cans of gas in there.
Are you all right? You seem a bit...
Fine gas, bit lightheaded. Not a lot of ventilation in the tunnels. Come on.
Into the tunnels?
Yeah, actually, not that many worms in there anymore. I think they're mostly gone into the archive.
I do like that though. It was bare.
And quieter.
You're not bitten, are you?
No, I don't think so. Have a look.
Yes, all right, Tim. You look fine. Put them back on, please.
Can you walk, John?
Oh, I can limp.
Then let's go.
Martin, could you pass me the tape recorder?
Sure. I think it's running out, though.
Fine. I suppose I can turn it back on when we're being eaten alive.
Why do you have a second tape recorder, Martin?
Oh, well, I've been using it to record myself. I write poetry, and I think the tapes have a sort of lo-fi charm.
I see.
Okay, John. I know you want to know what's been happening. If you're still alive after this. The worms are on the upper floor. Not as many as down in the archives, but enough. I set the fire alarm off, so everyone's evacuated except me and Elias. I didn't see any signs of the barricade, but I haven't been near a window in a while. There was I guess you call it a wave of worms. I got cut off from Elias.
Sweet.
I hope he made it to the fire system, but who knows? Maybe everyone's dead already. I've had to retreat into artifact storage. That should tell you something about how bad it is out there. God, I hate this place. Did I ever tell you I first joined the Institute as a practical researcher? I had to analyse and investigate all the stuff in here. Take notes after sleeping in the rusted chair, write in the memory book, all that sort of thing. I transferred after 3 months. Would have quit, but couldn't afford to back then. Never understood why they keep this stuff secret. I mean, we've enough in here to send any skeptic packing, but it's just locked away. I asked Elias about it once, but he just muttered something about funding and mission statements. He's good at changing the subject, isn't he? Sorry, I'm rambling. No worms though, so that's good.
Oh no, this one's the real one. She gets
Jay, I've
weird later on.
thing we were talking about. Don't really see what all the fuss is about. Just a basic optical illusion. Nothing special, just wait. John, I think there's someone here. Hello? I see you. Show yourself. see you.
Yeah, she got
Update.
replaced there.
I don't know how long we've been down here. These tunnels are a maze, and we don't
It's
know
a
where we are.
weird one.
We
It's
have
so
Martin
weird.
Ford I'm getting to that. Martin has disappeared. Tim was right about there being fewer worms down here, but they are much faster, more aggressive. None of us have been hit yet, but during one of the more alarming encounters, Martin ran off.
He thought we were behind him, I think.
He didn't think at all. Tim was with me, and my leg slowed me down. He must have taken a turn we didn't see or something. We lost him. But Tim has managed to find what
I
looks
left
to be
the
an actual
hedgehogs.
trapdoor,
Damn it.
so we won't need to bludgeon our way through any more drywall. I'm recording this in case.
In case the trapdoor opens back into the archives and Prentice is there to kill us.
In as many words, yes. Tim.
All right.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter at The Rusty Quill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
Good. I like when it's outside of the perimeter because it doesn't hurt anything that I made. Like the rocks and stuff, sure, it does
Rusty
matter.
Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Ah, ice, ice. I need the ice. Thank you.
Episode 40, Human Remains.
Switch one of these out.
Statement of,
John, as your boss, I'm telling you to go home.
I'm fine.
Look, you look like a mummy. You need rest.
Our friends in the hazmat suits gave me a clean bill of health, bloody holes notwithstanding. And they seemed quite keen to quarantine anyone showing even the slightest sign of infection. It's just pain.
The paramedics said your lungs need fresh air. Tim's as well.
It's fresh enough down here.
A basement filled with 1,000 rotting worm carcasses. Surely we could do this in my office.
No. I need to be here. Keep watch. I need to be sure.
John, she's gone. I went with the ECDC people when they took her away. I watched her body burn. Jane Prentice is dead. You can relax.
You know why I can't. When Martin found...
That's a matter for the police.
Fine. Fine. I'll go home as soon as I have everyone's statements. Very well. Statement of Elias Bouchard, head of the Magnus Institute, regarding the infestation by the entity formerly known as Jane Prentice. Statement recorded direct from subject 29th July 2016. Whenever you're ready.
There isn't a lot to tell for my part. This afternoon, just after lunch, I was going over some budgets in my office as I normally do on a Tuesday when the fire alarm started going off. It was annoying, but not too worrying at first. I packed my work away and began to calmly head towards the evacuation point when Sasha came barreling through the door, babbling about worms and clutching a tape recorder. I told her that whatever was wrong should wait until we were out of the building, as there may be a fire. She told me she had set off the fire alarm to get everyone out, and that you and Martin and Tim were currently trapped by Jane Prentice. Obviously, this got my attention, and I suggested she turn the tape recorder on, largely so this sort of debrief wouldn't be necessary. Did you not get the tapes?
No, there was some sort of problem. Sasha told me the tape was lost.
Well, I explained to her about the recently installed fire suppression system and said that as there was no actual fire, we'd need to activate it manually. We hurried down and it was clear everyone else had already evacuated. We had reached the ground floor when, well, I know I've often seemed dismissive of your concerns before. In fact, I was getting ready to raise the issue of Martin's continuing to live in the Institute's basement, especially as I believe he's been stealing fire extinguishers. But honestly, I didn't fully appreciate what you've been talking about until I turned that corner and we saw what I can only describe as a tidal wave of filth rushing towards us.
Ooh, look at that. The stone brick.
Somewhat ashamed to admit I didn't really pay any attention to Sasha as I ran and must have lost her at some point. We became separated. I composed myself and decided on a more roundabout route to the boiler room. Luckily, it seemed the things were mainly concentrated in that one mass, leaving the other corridors largely vacant.
I'll unlock that one later.
Maybe 15, but I made it with only one close call. The sight of rows and rows of huge red CO2 canisters was certainly something of a comfort. I do apologize that it took me quite so long to figure out how to actually work the system. If I'd been quicker...
It's fine. We're alive.
Yes, well... I turned on the fire suppression system and that's when I heard the scream. I can't really describe it, but well, I'm sure I don't need to. You were a lot closer to it than I was.
The last thing I remember before blacking out. Tens of thousands of things without mouths screaming as one.
Yes. Horrible sound. Anyway, I called the fire department, ambulance, and a contact at the ECDC who had previously been involved in the Prentice investigation. Once I was sure most of the gas would have dissipated, I headed down to the archives to see what had happened. Sasha was already there, but you and Tim were in bad shape. It looked like a few dozen worms had been going into each of you when the carbon dioxide killed them. It was like bloody sausages.
Yes. Thank you. I remember everything from when the ambulance arrived. Quarantine, bandaging, etc. When did Martin get back?
It was about an hour after they'd taken you and Tim away. They were prepping Prentice's corpse for disposal when Martin burst out of that trapdoor you found, screaming that he'd found the body.
I think I'm gonna go for a quick walk here.
Called the police.
I'm gonna leave the... Give me a sec.
Tell me what happened to Gertrude Robbins.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and leave the podcast playing, just because it's really good. Actually, no, I might turn it off, to be honest. Until I get back anyway. But I do want to go for a quick walk because it is night. Believe it or not, we are still 98 degrees. It's almost 9 at night. Well, I mean, the clock's right there. But yeah, it's 8:50-ish. And holy shit. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and go for a quick walk. Like I said, it shouldn't be too long. But it should be about 20 minutes between now and then. So I'll go ahead and put it like this. I'll go look out the window like I did last time. What the fuck? Alright, there you go. I'll go ahead and leave it like this. No podcast. I'll turn it back on when I get back. But until then, let me go ahead and add a text here that I'll be back in a couple minutes. Whoa. There we go. That should be good. That should be good. That's good. Okay. So, be back soon. Gonna go ahead and leave this the way it is. No podcast until I get back. So, be good. Enjoy the view. I know the VOD's gonna be super weird for a bit, but just so you guys know, 20 minutes. Or at least until you see like the screen, you know, something. But 20 minutes median. Well, actually, the most amount should be about 20. So I'll be back soon. See you guys soon. Go get some water. Get some. Go to the restroom. Water. Stretch. Something. And I'll be back soon. I just noticed it's on Valorant. Ah, well. Ah, well. Okie dokie, I'm back. All right, let's get that podcast going again.
John, how many times do
It's
we
been a
need
walk.
to
It's
go
a nice
over
walk.
never
It's
got
nice
it,
outside.
okay?
It's still
You can
warm,
barely
but it's
stand.
nice out.
Just, why don't we do this tomorrow? Fine. On the 15th of March last year, I had a query about a statement one of our researchers was after and went down to the archives. Gertrude wasn't there, but her desk was covered in blood. I called the police and there was a huge search, but there was no sign of Gertrude, alive or dead. She didn't have any assistants, so there were no witnesses, and no one saw or heard anything. The police tested the blood and confirmed the DNA matched to Gertrude, though I don't know why they had her on file. They judged there to be almost a gallon of blood spilled, far more than the human body can lose and survive, so I assumed she was dead and left the investigation to the police for all that good it did me. And I appointed another archivist. Martin finding her body in the tunnels is as much a mystery to me as it is to you.
Right. Right. Thank you, Elias. Statement ends. Can you send in Tim?
Do you need much? I'd really like to go home.
I sympathize. It won't take more than a few minutes. I need the parts that weren't on tape at the time.
Sure. Just quarantine, you know, not as much fun as it sounds.
You were certainly in there longer than I was. Everything all right?
Yeah. I just made some joke about itching and suddenly they were doing a whole bunch more tests.
Well, itching is
I know. I was trying to lighten the mood. I'm fine, though. Except for the holes. And the pain. And the blood. And the nightmares. Could have been worse, though, eh? Another couple of minutes and...
Yes. Yes. It was... Anyway. Statement of Timothy Stoker, archival assistant at the Magnus Institute regarding the infestation by the entity formerly known as Jane Prentice. Statement recorded direct from subject, 29th July, 2016. Just take it from when you got back from lunch.
Well, I could tell something was wrong as soon as I got back. It was quiet. I mean, it's normally quiet, but it was dead quiet.
Cool.
I spotted the tape recorder lying on the ground and went over to see if it was damaged. And as I was checking it, I heard Sasha shouting. It's a bit of a blur, to be honest, because when I turned around, there she was. Prentice. Her face so full of holes, it's like my eyes are up here, but they're not, you know? They're just... She tried to say something, but I don't know. I couldn't really understand her through all the...
Nope.
So, I could see the worms were coming through the floor, the walls, everywhere, the whole we're safe inside the archive thing? Not so much. I don't know what I was going to do. I think I was going to try and hit her, but that's when Sasha knocked me to the floor. It was a good move, actually. Prentice didn't seem to expect it, and we crushed a lot of worms when we fell. They were slow to react. We were running before they really went for us. I mean, all this happened in the space of a few seconds, so I'm not exactly certain. Sasha had to basically drag me behind her. I saw the shelf in front of us was about to topple. There were so many worms on it, so being the hero I am, I let go of her hand and told her to go get help. She made it out of the main door. I turned to run into the office. I was just trying to get a door between me and Prentice. I didn't know that's where you made the first hole. There were loads of them. Some jumped at me as I ran inside, so I dodged out of the way, but ended up sprawling into this pile of boxes that I thought were case files. Instead, I found myself lying on top of a whole bunch of CO2 canisters, which are damn hard, by the way. The worms were still coming, so I used them. I went full gas Rambo. After that, my memory gets a bit fuzzy. I think the paramedic called it respiratory acidosis, from breathing in all the carbon dioxide rather than your more traditional oxygen. I remember finishing the first few extinguishers, killing the things, but they kept coming, so I grabbed a few more and saw a massive hole in the wall. There didn't seem much point in staying, so I went into the tunnels. They were cold, dry. You know that worm smell, that earthy, rotten smell?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. There weren't so many down there. I think they were almost all in the archives. I have a theory, actually. I think they weren't ready to attack when you found the tunnels. It's like something in the Institute slows them down and makes them, sluggish. And that noise they make, that squirming sound, they don't make it when they're in the tunnels. I don't know why. It was only when they came into the Institute, maybe the light or the air
Cold.
or something, I'm not sure, but I think it made them weaker, and they've been down there for months, breeding, building up their numbers until there were enough to properly bury us. Except you found that hidden passage, and they had to act.
Maybe. Could you describe the tunnels?
You were there.
Humour me.
I remember they sloped down and up and around. I couldn't keep track of where I was. I did see some more worms, though. They were fast. I only saw a couple, but it was still proper jump scare territory. I got them, though. It was really surreal. I only had my phone's torch, and it was hard to keep an eye out. I was so lightheaded. I wandered for, I don't know,
If I use it here, this
10
entire thing is going to be
minutes before
filled
I
up
found
with
a wall that
trees
seemed
again. It's going to be so cool.
Looked like
I'll be able to
someone had
cut
just
them all
put some
down again.
plasterboard over an entrance, and I could hear you and Martin on the other side.
I'm pretty
Broke
excited to
through,
use it here, actually.
Well, you were there for the rest.
Quite. You weren't there when Martin found the body, though, were you?
No. I was quarantined, same as you.
And you didn't see it in the tunnels when you were first exploring?
No. I did see... I mean, maybe...
What?
No, it's just... I think I was still gassed and it was dark, but... I found a room.
Go on.
I didn't stay long because it had a lot of worms in, and they weren't acting like the others. They were sort of wrapping around each other, like they were trying to form a thing, like a structure or something. A ring. I was probably still out of my skull and half hallucinated the whole thing, but it looked like they were trying to make a doorway.
Doorway? Is it still there?
No. I pumped 2 full extinguishers into that room. Nothing was getting out.
Good. Good. Go home, Tim. Get some sleep.
Yeah, sure.
Statement of Sasha James, archival assistant at the Magnus Institute regarding the invasion by the entity formerly known as Jane Prentice. Statement recorded direct from subject, 29th July 2016. In your own time.
Yes. Where do you want me to begin? I was with you until I ran out to save Tim. Then we were separated and I fled into the Institute proper. I pulled the fire alarm because the worms were following me and I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I went to Elias, we talked. We were going to save you, but the worms came and I fled into
I think
the
we'll just go ahead and leave that
room.
there.
You know I hate the artifact storage room, so it must have been bad.
You used to work there, didn't you?
Yes. For 3 months. It was dreadful. I used to think that it was the most dangerous place in the Institute.
Not anymore.
Yes. Not anymore. It was safe enough. The worms didn't get in, and I stayed there until the fire system deployed. Then I ran out to get to a window. I saw the worms in the main institute. They shriveled and died. I don't think I'll ever forget that scream, though. I could hear Prentice screaming even from there.
Well, it's thanks to you, to be honest. If you hadn't met that Michael thing...
Yes. Michael. With the bones in his hands. We still don't know much about him, do we?
No, not yet. Sorry, getting distracted.
No, we'd have she keeps on saying yes. Just
death.
Yes.
yes. Yep.
I returned to the archives, and all the worms were dead. You and Tim were lying there, but you weren't moving. You just lay there, the dead worm still half inside you. The trapdoor was open next to you, and more were inside. I went over to check, and you were alive, so I pulled you back to where there was more air, and began to remove the worms. Are you all right?
Sorry. Difficult to hear, you know.
Yes, I understand. That was when Elias arrived with the fire brigade and the doctors and the hazmat people. They talked to me for a long time, and I did my best to explain the situation. They checked me for worm marks, but I was fine. They took you away, so I waited with Elias. He was looking at me strangely, but we were both quiet. It had been a very strange day. After an hour or so, we heard cries from the trapdoor. It was Martin. He was shouting about a body. We got him out, and Elias tried to get him to calm down and explain. He said he had found the body of the previous archivist, Gertrude Robinson. And that was when Elias called the police. I tried to calm him down, but he was in bad shape. The police arrived, and I gave them pretty much this same statement.
Right. What about the tape? You had the tape recorder, the one I'd just recorded Mr. Romeo's statement on. But when you gave it back, it was empty.
Yes. I dropped it a few times. The eject button must have been hit. I didn't notice until you pointed it out. It's probably around somewhere. Is it that important?
It's important to me. Are you feeling all right? You seem a bit out of it.
Yes. I am very tired. It's hard to keep track of things sometimes.
Go get some rest, Sasha.
Yes, I will.
I mean, I already told the police.
Well, now tell me. I need to hear it. I need to record it.
All right. Are you okay?
Fine. Painkillers are starting to wear off, but it's fine. Statement of Martin Blackwood, archival assistant, etc., etc. Go.
Right. Well, I was doing some background checks for case 0081709 when you and Sasha started screaming.
Yes. I was there. I was with you for almost the whole time, and that tape survived just fine.
Sorry.
It's fine. I only need from when you got separated, from when you got lost in the tunnels.
No, I mean, I'm sorry I left you. It was an accident. I thought you two were with me. I mean, the worms came at us, and they were so much faster, and then there was the gas and the running, and I thought you were right behind me. But when I turned around, you were gone. You were both gone. It was an accident.
I know. It's fine, Martin. Everyone's fine. I just need you to tell me what happened next, and then it's finished.
Right. So, yeah, we got separated, so I tried shouting, but you didn't answer. The walls seemed to kill the sound dead, and there wasn't any echo. They were all stone.
Really? It was just the one?
Really old, and there was no light except my torch.
Wow.
I always keep my torch on me, ever since I moved into the archive, so I had that at least. I wondered for a while. It's a maze down there, John. I don't know how far the passages go.
Yeah, that'll
maybe
do it.
miles. I think it must be the old Millbank prison, like Tim was saying before. I even found some stairs at one point, but I really didn't want to go down them. I hadn't seen any worms for a few minutes, and weirdly enough, that actually started to worry me. Like, if there weren't any worms, then I'd gone too far from the Institute. And there was more dust in those corridors too, and dead rats. Even some discarded wine bottles. At one point, there was an empty packet of mint imperials.
Martin.
Sorry. Yeah. I was trying to go back. Not that I knew what back even meant down there when I heard the scream. I don't even know how to go about describing it, but I thought, I hoped. Well, when I started to find the shriveled bodies of worms all over the place, I knew she was dead. So I wanted to get out of there. I was looking for a way up, but it felt more and more like I was trapped. Every turn just led me to another empty corridor. And when I finally found a door, I thought it might actually get out, but instead, it was a small room. square. There was dust on everything. Cardboard boxes were piled around. They were full of old cassette tapes.
That's where you found her.
Yes. She was sat in a wooden chair in the middle of the room. No worms, no cobwebs, just an old corpse. Gertrude Robinson. She was slumped forward, but I could see her mouth hanging open. So I ran, and I found the trapdoor soon afterwards.
Did you find the room again?
I don't know. Maybe. The police certainly expect me to, although I get the feeling they're not too keen to explore the tunnels either.
Martin. How did Gertrude Robinson die?
I don't know. Not for sure. It was so dark, and I only saw the body for a few seconds. The police were quite clear that the cause of death could be absolutely any...
Martin, how did she die?
She was shot. 3 times that I could see. 3 shots to the chest.
Right. Thank
I
you.
think after this one, we'll go into Val for a quick second. They're not in, but we'll do one game, and then we'll call it a night.
Gertrude Robinson, the last archivist at the Magnus Institute and my predecessor, was murdered. There were no worms to infest her, no strange, ghostly apparitions to warp her mind or caves to entomb her. She was killed in the archives by someone who used a gun. And that scares me far more than any spectre or twisted creature. Does that mean someone here is a killer? The police will investigate thoroughly, I have no doubt, but given their track record in this matter, I am not optimistic. There is something in these files, in these statements. I know that now, some deeper mystery. I think Gertrude Robinson found it, and I think that is why they killed her. Some of my tapes are missing. Maybe it was Prentice, but she seemed more interested in the written files, and the other tapes seem fine. There's no sign of debris or anything that would indicate they've been destroyed. But in addition to the tapes Sasha lost earlier, the tapes for cases 00511701 and 0160204 are gone. I don't know why these 2 specifically, but I cannot trust anyone.
It's still here?
I'm going to figure
Wow.
this out. And I'm not going to stop. They'll have
Wow.
to kill me first. End recording.
That one lasted a while there.
The
Jesus.
Magnus Archives will return. Season 1 has featured Jonathan Sims as the archivist, Alexander J. Newell as Martin Blackwick, Mike LeBeau as Tim Stoker, Lottie Broomhall as Sasha Jane, Ben Meredith as Elias Bouchard, Lydia Nicholas as Melanie King, Martin Corcoran as Dr. Lionel Elliott and Bregan, Stephen Violich as Hope, Katie Davison as Naomi Hearn, Hannah Brankin as Jane Prentice and Laura Popham, and Evelyn Hewitt as Not Sasha. The series was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Michael LeBeau, and Murray Porter. It was written by Jonathan Sims and directed by Alexander J. Newell. This podcast is distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International
I'll
License.
be right back
For more
on that
information,
one.
visit rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Season 2.
Episode 41. Too Deep.
Statement of Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, regarding exploration of the tunnels recently discovered below the archive. Statement given direct, 2nd September 2016. Statement begins. I've been going into the tunnels. Jane Prentice is dead. I know this. I have a small jar on my desk of what are supposed to be her ashes, though I don't believe it for a second. I think Martin just gave me a jar of dust to try and calm me down. Give me something to focus on for closure. I hate to say it, but it does appear to be working. A victory for the placebo effect, it would seem. But that's beside the point. The worms have been cleared and incinerated.
We'll do this one. If we fail at it, that's okay. We'll come back and do the...
remarkably like it was never attacked at all.
If we fail this one, we will go back, get our stuff, and then come back
I've healed enough in the last month to return to work, but I'm told it's unlikely the scars will ever truly
and then we'll call
fade.
it. And do
Tim
one
is still
game.
signed off.
I'm still hoping
Truth be
we
told,
could do
I could have stayed
one
away
game.
longer.
At the very least,
Probably
one
should
game
have,
of Valorant.
But I
If
don't
not,
think the boredom was good for me.
If not, then no. Obviously.
I tried to come back earlier, but Martin wouldn't hear of it. Almost threw me out of the archive. Is he hiding something? No, of course not. He's probably just legitimately concerned for my health. Why do I still feel like I'm being watched? I'd just about convinced myself it was Prentice, watching me in secret while she filled the walls with her writhing hordes. But no. She is dead and gone, and still, whenever I talk into this damn thing, I feel this... I'm being watched. I know I am. I'd think it was some aspect of the recorder itself, but it still happens even when I'm just reading these files. Not as strongly as when I'm recording them, perhaps, but still there. Is it... You know, I always despised those witnesses who rambled on, unable to stay on topic, couldn't give a concise statement. Yet here I am, mumbling my vague suspicions of being watched and completely ignoring the reason I'm making a statement of my own. I have been exploring the tunnels. It's been a couple of weeks now, from before I was officially back. If you listen to this, Martin, I'm sorry. I've gone behind your back to explore the tunnels on several occasions. I took the key from Elias's desk some time ago. I don't think he noticed. Since Martin stopped living in the archives, I've had ample opportunities for exploration by night. Part of me still wonders if going down there after dark was more dangerous, but the pitch black of those tunnels will be no different in the daytime. The only light down there is what you bring yourself. The first time I attempted to explore, I had no idea. I brought one torch, and that was it. The lights in the archive were off when I arrived at the Institute. I hadn't been down here since it was full of worm carcasses. I'd never explored down here by torchlight, and the shadows were starker than I had anticipated. Every time I walked between the shelves, I swear I would see movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned, there was nothing. Obviously, there was nothing. Then I came to the trapdoor. If Sasha hadn't thought to clearly mark it with hazard tape,
where's it? There it is.
I'm not sure I would ever have found it again. But there it was. It took several minutes of fumbling before I was able to figure out how to lift the concealed handle and expose the lock, but I managed it. The key turned with a click that I found oddly satisfying, and I pulled it open. When I had thought about that moment before, I had always imagined it groaning open with a tortured,
ominous creak, but it was almost silent. It glided open as though on freshly oiled hinges, with only the faintest puff of stagnant air being released from beneath it. The
That one
opening
doesn't
was
belong there,
utterly
it belongs
black,
over here.
with the faintest hint of decay in the cold, clammy air that rushed out of it. The stairs down it were steep, far steeper than I remembered them from when I had first climbed out. But those memories are
Damn, that's really nice one there.
unreliable and tinged with other, more potent experiences. I turned the torch on and was pleased by how easily it penetrated the darkness, illuminating the rough grey stone below. I was expecting my torch to be met by hundreds of decaying worm husks, but the passage seemed to be empty. I headed down into the tunnel, closing the trapdoor behind me. It is hard to put into words how it felt to be down there in the cool, mouldering air of the tunnels. Have you ever left a crowded room and literally felt the silence as you walked out into the night? It was something like that. A sudden, quiet absence. Not in itself a fearful thing, but unsettling. In a way I hadn't noticed through the fear and adrenaline of my first time in the tunnels. I took a moment to examine the feeling, but couldn't trace it to anything obvious, so I began to explore. It was almost unreal how quickly I became lost. I generally consider myself to have an excellent sense of direction, but within minutes I became unsure of exactly which passages I had come from. I didn't even have the excuse of the corridors all looking the same, as they varied significantly in height and construction. Some were built of sturdy brick. Some seemed almost as though they had formed naturally, though in all cases it was the same dull, grey stone. To call it a maze wouldn't quite be accurate, as a maze is designed. It is set out with an obvious goal, even if that goal is to confuse and disorientate. This place, it felt, more organic in its unpredictability, as though it had been intended to be used, to be travelled, but had got twisted somehow. I found spaces that seemed intended as rooms, but without doors. Elsewhere there were doors that seemed simply attached to the walls. Most of these were firmly shut, though some opened to reveal the flat grey stone behind. Only a handful I opened had actual rooms behind them, and in every case I found myself wondering whether that was where Martin had found her. There was no way to tell. Even when the police finally found Gertrude's body, they took it, chair and all, as well as all the tapes. Evidence, they said. And they might be right, though I don't envy them the task of going through all of them. There must have been hundreds. No. I suppose in some way I do envy them. They are an insight into my predecessor's time here, something I desperately want to know more about. Whatever's on them, it must be important, because either she chose to hide them down here, or whoever killed her did. Either way, I have a feeling it isn't something the police are going to understand. I half hoped to stumble across a lone cassette lying in one of the corridors, dropped and overlooked, but there was nothing. Just dark and empty tunnels. Silent and unwelcoming. I foolishly didn't think to make a note of the time I entered the tunnels, so it was hard to say how long I had been down there, or how far I had gone when I found the first of the worms. But it can't have been more than a half hour. They were long dead by then, shriveled, stringy things like discarded sausage casing. It was odd to see how clear a line there was between the wormless tunnels and those where they lay rotting. A clear line beyond which the cleaning crews had decided not to advance.
I hope I set the
When I crossed that line, I half expected the corpses to spring to life, turning their squirming heads towards me with a predatory lunge. But they were still.
Yes, okay, sweet.
Nonetheless, I went slower through those deeper passages, picking my footing carefully so as not to touch them. The air was colder here, suffused with the faint tang of rot. and I began to wonder how much battery I had in my torch. I had put a fresh one in before my expedition. I'm not stupid. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I don't actually know how long batteries last for continuous use in a heavy-duty torch. I hadn't even been down there an hour, but already it felt like the light it cast was weaker somehow. And I realized how unsure I was of my exact route back. I decided I would rather cut my first trip unnecessarily short than risk being trapped down there without light. So I turned back. It was almost impossible to retrace my steps. I tried to remember my route using what vague oddities I could remember as landmarks, a burned door, a particularly warped corridor. But trying to find them again was useless in the winding passages. In my increasing panic to find the way out, I almost forgot the things I had originally gone down there to look for. Then I found the circle of worms. When Tim had first described it, I had only half believed him. I'm sorry, Tim, if you're listening, but the CO2 had done some strange things to you at that point. He had the right of it, though. By the time I found it, there was little left but a thick carpet of dead worms, but a few were still embedded in the wall, providing the clear outline of a circle. The ceiling was higher here, and all told it must have been about 10 feet in diameter. Its size was not the most disconcerting thing, though. Inside the circle, the stone was wrong, somehow. Solid, but oddly wavy, like chocolate that's melted and then rehardened. It took me a minute or two to work up the courage to wade through that shallow sea of filth, but I did. And when I touched the warped wall, it felt soft and porous, but stable. I turned and left, but not before noting that another path also appeared to have been pushed through the worms on the floor, though when it had happened or who had made it, I couldn't say. It took me almost another hour to find the trapdoor again. My torch showed no signs of giving up, but I was still on the verge of panic. My hands were so slick with sweat that I fumbled several times with the handle before finally pushing it open bodily and falling through it onto the floor of the archives. It was about 3 in the morning by that time, and
we'll make another one,
I had managed to open a few of my partially healed wounds. So I headed home to rest. It turned out the trip had taken far more out of me than I had thought. It was almost a week before I felt like I might be up for another excursion. This time, however, I decided that I was not going to take any chances. I packed 3 torches with enough replacement batteries to last for days, food and water in case I was down there longer than expected, a box of white chalk to clearly mark my way, and the largest knife I was able to buy at short notice. The first time down there I had, on more than one occasion, been almost certain that I could hear sounds of movement from further into the tunnels. At the time I had convinced myself it was simply a combination of echo in my mind playing on my fears, but on the chance there was something down there. Well, I had my doubts how effective a knife would be, but it certainly eased my mind. Beyond that, I made sure to take one of the smaller CO2 fire extinguishers from the archives. I was determined that any surviving worms would not be so for long. Again, I waited until nightfall before letting myself into the archives and heading down into the tunnels below. Almost as soon as I got down there, I started marking the walls and intersections with white chalk arrows. They pointed the direction I'd come from, the direction I'd need to follow when I wanted to leave. If there was anything down there and I had to flee, then I reasoned all I would need to do was follow the chalk arrows back to the entrance. For a while this worked. Once or twice I discovered I had inadvertently made a loop or gotten turned around and was facing one of my earlier arrows, but it was a relatively simple matter to correct it. I also set up my watch, so I had a clear idea of how long I had been down there. After a half hour, I'd gotten far deeper than I had in my entire first expedition, and gotten past the empty area, into the tunnels still lined with dead worms. And then beyond them, to those tunnels wholly empty and, apparently, undisturbed since the days of Millbank Prison. I had done what research I could on Millbank.
first proposed and designed in 1799 by Jeremy Bentham, a philosopher who wished to test his theories of the panopticon prison, where cells would be arranged in a circle around a single central guard tower, so all cells were observable at once. It was to have 6 such areas, arranged in hexagons, giving it from the air the shape of a vast, angular flower. It's not clear why that original plan was abandoned, but from 1812 onwards, a succession of other architects were brought in to try and finish the project. Finally, 3 years later, they brought in Robert Smirke. He saw the project to completion in 1821 with a design remarkably similar to Bentham's original. However, whereas Bentham's would have been geometric and easy to navigate, Millbank Penitentiary as it was built was more often described as an eccentric maze, twisting corridors, doors at strange angles and narrow passages so poorly lit inmates would need to feel their way along. Throughout much of the 19th century, it was where prisoners were kept before transportation to Australia, and the brutality of the jailers was said to be second to none. Its position on what was then marshlands hardly helped, with sickness and disease rife within their walls. It was a huge complex, covering much of what we now call Chelsea, and when it was finally closed in 1890, it was demolished, flattened.
I don't know how much longer they would
couldn't
they'll
be the old
last,
prison
but
itself. It had to be something
they'll
built
rot
below
soon.
it.
It's fine.
And it was this that gave me such pause when I found the first set of steps, leading even further down. They were stone, spiraling into the darkness at an angle so steep it made my legs weaken slightly. The steps led higher as well, but after a few meters disappeared into the solid stone of the ceiling. I made a note of their location and carried on, keen to explore as much of the first level as possible before going any deeper. It was becoming very apparent that these tunnels must have covered the entire area of Millbank, or even further, and there was every possibility that they continued for miles. I had seen little down there of note thus far, something I will admit gave me a pang of both disappointment and relief, and took a short break to drink some water and compose myself. It was shortly after this I found the next staircase. It was identical to the first in material and construction and look. It was the same in all but one detail. The large chalk arrow pointing downwards. I'm sure I don't need to say that I had not drawn it. My own arrows were jagged, workmanlike things. This was curled and neat, pointing the way with a flourish. That was when I heard the noises again. They could have been footsteps, I suppose, but if so, they were soft, quiet. Was someone running around those tunnels barefoot? I froze in place and listened, but the noises did not return, and I gripped my knife. I am not a brave man. I believe I'm starting to come to terms with that fact. But I am, in certain circumstances, a very stubborn one. And there was something inside me that made the decision that I would rather die at the hands of some tunnel-dwelling beast than work above without knowing what it was. Maybe I'd be lucky and find a crazed, gun-wielding madman a convenient killer for Gertrude. I can almost hear my assistants chiding me for not turning tail and running there and then, but it's hard to fully explain the borderline mania that gripped me when I saw that arrow, mocking and inviting all at one. I was not so foolish as to run down the stairs, but I descended them quicker than was safe. Down, and down and down they went, each rotation revealing more tunnels and doors, but I saw no sign of reaching the bottom.
I've got quite a few.
I had gone down about 4 levels, when my torch caught what I thought was movement in the corridors beyond. I left the stairs in pursuit, but was unable to find any sign of life. Or death, I suppose. Only an empty wine bottle. The label all but rotted away, but the year was still legible as 2003. The passages here were more pronounced in their difference than the ones further up, some being so irregular and seamless as to almost seem organic. while others were almost unnervingly square and regular, with sharp angles and precisely laid bricks. It was in one of these that it happened. I had continued to mark my route with chalk and was scratching an arrow into a particularly flat wall.
Okay,
When
I don't
looked
have enough
up
glass.
to see the turning ahead of me was no longer there. Instead, there was simply a dead end. I could find no sign that there had been any movement, nor had I heard anything. I turned back and immediately noticed that the wall opposite me was closer than it had been before. I took a step back in shock, and my feet hit the wall behind me. The passage was getting narrower, though I could not see any movement. I stood completely still, and for several seconds, there was silence. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, I heard a single word, clear as day. Leave. It was spoken simply, without intonation or threat, just a command. So I did. I began to shuffle back as quickly as possible the way I had come, keeping my eyes open as long as I could. As every time I closed them, the wall seemed to get even closer. By the time I reached the stairs back up, it had almost pinned me. I fled back up the stairs, followed the arrows I had left back to the trapdoor. It took me barely 10 minutes, but I was moving faster than I would have thought possible in those cramped tunnels. I locked the trapdoor behind me and placed the heaviest objects I could find on it. I have not been below the Institute since then. It took no small amount of consideration to decide I should officially make a statement. I did not think to bring the tape recorder with me. I suppose I've gotten out of the habit during my recuperation.
Yeah, not this one.
I am no closer to determining what is lurking down there than I was when I started. If anything, I have more questions.
Not here either.
Why point me downwards only to then demand I run back? Was it some sort of trap? A test?
Oh, I don't have it here. I was building it.
But right now, finding whatever secrets might be lurking in those tunnels is my primary concern.
Yeah, I don't have it here.
End
Okay.
recording.
That's fine.
Supplemental. I don't care about the tunnels, or the secrets they might hide. That's not strictly true, I suppose. I do have a burning curiosity as to what is down there, but my primary focus must be on who killed Gertrude Robinson, and I do not believe for a moment that it was a wall-moving spectre from the depths of the earth. No, far more likely it's one of my colleagues. Elias is a prime suspect, but it could have been any of them. I have told Martin the second tape recorder was lost in the attack. Having two means I can make 2 tapes from each recording, one containing the main statement and notes which will be stored in the archive, and the other containing the statement, notes, and this supplement.
That's fine.
Which will chronicle my own investigations. These tapes will be hidden. If you're hearing this, I assume you're my replacement following my death or disappearance, and have received instructions on where to find them. I have little more to add to this initial account, as I have only recently returned to my position in full and haven't had time to begin personal investigations. My statement was, of course, completely true, though I have deliberately overstated my interest in the tunnels. If my colleagues believe that to be my main focus, they may let their guard down. This level of paranoia is new to me, but I'm learning fast. Trust can get you killed. End supplement.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license.
Alright.
Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To subscribe, view associated material, and make donations, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, tweet us at TheRustyQuill, visit us on Facebook or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Join our community on the forums via the website or on Reddit at r/TheMagnusArchives. Thanks for listening.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end it there. I know I said probably Valorant, but I don't know. We might do an extra stream tomorrow. For Valorant only. Oh yeah, I forgot to treat this, and I forgot to take the text off. Bloop. I don't have it. Dang. All right, well, let's go make some antibiotics first, because that's gonna last for a while. I need silica ore. I hope I can find some silica ore. So. Ooh, gold. Oh, I could change the one from the desert up to here. Ooh, that's gonna be so much nicer. You know what? It'll last 12 minutes and then it'll go away on its own. I think, hopefully, maybe. That's fine. Right now, all I want... Not here. Is silica ore. Well, maybe. It's always when I need it that I can't find any. Like, always. I need yeast as well, which is fine. The one that I need the most is silica ore. Because I also need it for the glass. There it is. And I should have everything that I need now. Yes. Oh, it's swimming. Sweet. Oh, look, there's some more. Ooh, there's another one over there. Sweet. Alright. Oh, the Thumper's gonna be able to read. Yeah. Sweet. Cool. Alright. Let's go. We'll make some antibiotic paste. Slather it on the cut. Put some silica to make glass, and then we should be able to call it there. Like for sure, for sure. What I want to know about the bread. Ooh, look, that one needs to be cleaned out too. There we go. Yep. Besides that, do I have anything else that I need to do? No, I think that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and put these there. Besides that, I think we'll let it finish creating them because I need 35 more. Seems like overkill at this moment. It sure is. Sweet. We got those going. We've got these, which we can't do anything with at the moment. Okay. All right. We'll leave it there. Pick it up again later. For now, I'll see you guys